Welcome to Moonlight Mysteries, a calm space for long, research-rich mysteries. If you enjoy these sleepy deep dives, please like this video, subscribe, and tap the bell so you don't miss new episodes. If you'd like to support the channel, a quick comment with your favorite moment helps more people find us. Now settle in, dim the lights, and let's begin. The Nazca Lines. Introduction. There is a plateau in southern Peru, caught between the Andes and the Pacific, where almost nothing grows and almost nothing moves. The air here is so dry that it cracks the lips within hours. The ground is a deep reddish brown, a crust of iron oxide sitting over pale yellow clay, baked by a sun that bears down with almost no interference from cloud or moisture. The wind barely disturbs the surface. Rain almost never arrives. It is one of the driest places on Earth, drier than the Sahara in some measurements, rivaling the Atacama just to the south. For most of human history, it was the kind of place people moved through rather than lingered in. A corridor between the mountains and the coast, largely inhabitable, largely forgotten. And yet, someone came here. Not once, but over hundreds of years, generation after generation, and drew. They drew on a scale that had no precedent in the ancient world and has almost no parallel today. They etched lines into the desert floor that stretched for kilometers in perfectly straight trajectories, crossing hills and valleys without deviation. They cleared away the dark surface stones to reveal the pale earth beneath, creating geometric shapes, trapezoids, spirals, triangles, some of them large enough to contain entire city blocks. And then, with the same careful, methodical patience, they drew animals. A hummingbird with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters, a spider the size of a football field, a condor with outstretched wings that could swallow a jumbo jet, a monkey with a curled tail so precise in its proportions that it looks from above like an illustration from a natural history book. The people who made these drawings never saw them as we see them. They had no aircraft. They had no hot air balloons, no elevated platforms that could have revealed the full form of a 500-meter figure. They created images that are almost entirely invisible from the ground, just a cleared path of pale dirt that curves out of sight in either direction. Only from the sky does the complete picture emerge, and the people who built them lived centuries before the sky was something humans could inhabit. This is the Nazca Lines, one of the most extraordinary mysteries in the history of human civilizations, and in many ways, one of the most misunderstood. The misunderstanding is not entirely surprising. The lines were only rediscovered by the modern world in the 1920s, when commercial airlines began flying routes over the Peruvian coast, and pilots reported strange markings in the desert below. The mystery, once it entered public consciousness, attracted not just archaeologists, but speculators, mystics, engineers, astronomers, and eventually television producers looking for ancient aliens. The lines became a cultural Rorschach test. Whatever a person most wanted to believe about ancient humanity, the Nazca Lines seemed to confirm it. But underneath all of that noise, there is a real story, a deeply human story made by people with actual tools, actual beliefs, and an intimate relationship with the land they lived on. It is a story that researchers have been patiently assembling for almost a century, and it is, if anything, more fascinating than the most extravagant theory anyone has ever proposed. Let us begin at the beginning, with the land, and then with the people, and then with the lines themselves, and then with every question that has ever been asked about them, and every answer that has been offered, whether by science or by imagination. Chapter 1. The Pampa, the Coast, and the Mountain. The lines sit on a high, flat plateau called the Pampa Colorada, which translates roughly as the colored plain, a reference to the reddish-brown desert varnish that coats its surface. This plateau stretches across roughly 450 square kilometers in the Ica region of southern Peru, at an elevation of roughly 400 meters above sea level. It is bounded to the west by the Andes foothills, and to the east by a series of river valleys, the Nazca, Enigma, Pampa, and Viscas rivers that cut down from the mountains to the coast. These rivers are the only reliable sources of fresh water in the region, and they were the centers of life for the people who lived here. The geomorphology of the Pampa is what made the lines possible. For millions of years, the plateau has been a place of extraordinary geological stability. There is almost no tectonic activity here, no glaciation, no significant rainfall, and almost no wind erosion at the surface level. The dark stones that litter the surface are coated in what geologists call desert varnish, a thin, dark patina of iron and manganese oxides that accumulates over thousands of years of sun exposure and minimal moisture. Beneath this dark crust, the ground is pale yellowish white, a mixture of gypsum and clay. When the dark stones are removed, the contrast between the pale subsurface and the dark surrounding ground creates a visible line. And because the climate is so stable, so utterly inhospitable to change, those lines, once made, essentially last forever. This is not hyperbole. The climate of the Pampa Colorada has been essentially constant for at least 2,000 years, possibly much longer. The annual rainfall is less than 4 millimeters per year on average, so little that standard rain gauge often register nothing at all for years at a time. When rain does come, it tends to arrive in brief, scattered events that dampen the surface but do not disturb the cleared stone lines in any meaningful way. The temperature fluctuates between cool nights and blazing days. But because there is so little moisture, there is almost no freeze-thaw cycling to shift the ground or the stones. Wind scours the plateau, but at the surface level, the stones that border the lines actually trap and deflect the wind, protecting the cleared interior from being buried by blowing dust. The result is a surface that acts essentially like a very slow-moving time capsule. Objects placed on it thousands of years ago are still there. Footprints, if deep enough, might still be traceable. The lines cleared of their dark stones with simple tools by people who lived in a civilization that had not yet encountered the wheel in any practical sense, are as visible today as they were when they were made. Now, about those rivers, the Nazca River and the Ingenio River are not, by the standards of most rivers, impressive. They are narrow, seasonal, and in the height of the dry season, which is most of the year, they can slow to a trickle or stop flowing entirely at the surface. But they carry snowmelt from the Andes down through the desert, and they irrigate a series of fertile river valleys that in the ancient world were extraordinarily productive. The Nazca civilization was built in these valleys, on the green strips of agricultural land that the rivers made possible, surrounded on all sides by absolute desert. Water was not abundant. It was sacred. The mountains were the source of life, the place where the snow fell and the rivers began. The ocean to the west was a place of mystery and power, the origin of the fog that sometimes drifted inland and briefly made the desert bloom. The sky in a place with almost no cloud cover was vast and filled with meaning. The desert itself was a liminal space, neither living nor dead, existing between the life-giving valleys and the life-giving mountains, a place of thresholds. Into this world, the Nazca culture was born, flourished, and eventually declined. Chapter 2. The Nazca People. The Nazca culture did not appear suddenly. It grew from an earlier tradition. The Paracca culture, which occupied the same coastal and near-coastal regions of southern Peru, and which in many ways gave birth to everything that followed. The Paracca civilization was centered on the Paracca Peninsula, which juts into the Pacific roughly 200 kilometers northwest of the Nazca Plateau, and flourished from roughly 800 BCE to around 100 CE. They are perhaps best known today for two things: their extraordinary textiles, which are among the finest ever produced in the ancient world, and their elaborate treatment of the dead. The Paraccas practiced a form of mortuary ritual that involved wrapping their deceased in layer after layer of finely woven, brilliantly colored cloth, the so-called Paraccas mummy bundles, which were then placed in underground funerary chambers. The dry climate of the region preserved these bundles remarkably well, and when they were excavated in the early 20th century, the textiles inside were still vivid: deep reds, rich yellow, intricate designs of geometric patterns and supernatural beings. The Paraccas also practiced deliberate skull elongation, a widespread Andean custom in which an infant's head was bound to gradually reshape the growing skull into an elongated form, which was associated with the high social status and possibly supernatural power. Hundreds of elongated skulls have been found at Paraccas burial sites. The Paraccas culture did not simply end, it transformed, sometime around 100 CE. What archaeologists identify as the distinctly Nazca cultural tradition emerged in the river valleys of the region. The transition was gradual and is still not fully understood. The Paraccas and Nazca traditions share significant stylistic elements in pottery and textiles, suggesting cultural continuity rather than replacement. The leading theory is that the Nazca culture evolved from the Paraccas as a result of shifting trade networks, population growth, environmental pressures, and the gradual development of new social and religious institutions. What we know of the Nazca people comes primarily from three sources: their ceramics, their textiles, and the archaeological remains of their settlements. They were not a literate culture in any way we can read. They left no writing, no codices, no inscriptions. Their history is entirely reconstructed from material evidence, and so it is incomplete, and often contested. The Nazca ceramics are among the most technically sophisticated in the pre-Columbian world. Nazca potters worked without the wheel, which was not used for pottery in the ancient Americas, building their vessels by hand, using coiling techniques, then smoothing, painting, and firing them. The resulting pottery is characterized by extremely thin walls, a wide range of colors. Up to 11 distinct pigments have been identified in Nazca ceramics, and a distinctive polished surface created by burnishing the painted clay before firing. The imagery on Nazca ceramics is rich and consistent. There are supernatural beings, often composite creatures combining human and animal features. There are trophy heads, there are plants, especially cultivated plants like maize and beans, and there are the same animals, the hummingbirds, the spiders, the condors, the orcas, the monkeys, that appear at vastly larger scale on the pampa. This correspondence between the imagery on the ceramics and the imagery etched into the desert is one of the most important observations in Nazca archaeology. It tells us that the geoglyphs were not a separate phenomenon. They were part of a coherent visual and symbolic vocabulary that the Nazca used consistently across all their artistic production. The meaning was shared. The scale was different. The Nazca people were farmers and fishermen. The river valleys were intensively cultivated, with evidence of sophisticated irrigation works. The coast provided abundant marine resources. The Humboldt Current running up the Pacific coast of South America creates one of the most productive marine ecosystems in the world, rich in anchovies, shellfish, seabirds, and marine mammals. And the Nazca exploited all of it. They grew maize, beans, squash, chili peppers, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, among other crops, and they kept guinea pigs and llamas as domestic animals. The llama deserves particular attention in the Nazca story because llama were more than food animal. They were pack animals, critical to Andean economic and ritual life, and they were sacrificial animals used in religious ceremonies. Llama blood and llama hearts figure prominently in what we know of Andean ritual practices across many cultures and time periods. The fact that the Nazca kept llamas tells us something about their ritual life and their connection to the broader Andean world. Socially, the Nazca appear to have been organized into series of regional chiefdoms rather than a single centralized state. There is no evidence of a Nazca empire, no capital city, no single royal line whose tombs we can point to. Instead, the archaeological record suggests a complex, interacting communities linked by shared religious practices, shared artistic traditions, and shared use of sites like Kawachi, the great ceremonial center that stands on the south bank of the Nazca River, in which we will spend considerable time with shortly. The Nazca cultural period is conventionally divided into several phases, from the early Nazca, roughly 100 to 200 CE, through the Middle Nazca and Late Nazca, reaching its apparent decline around 650 CE, and then a final period sometimes called Transitional or Late Intermediate that extends to roughly 800 CE. The causes of the Nazca decline are themselves a subject of significant scholarly debate, and the evidence, including a deforested landscape, shifting river channels, and a prolonged drought documented in tree ring records, paints a picture of both environmental stress and societal overextension. But at their peak, the Nazca were doing something that no other culture on Earth was doing, something that still defies easy categorization, and that has made their plateau famous across the globe. They were drawing on it. Chapter 3. The Lines. The Nazca Lines, as they are collectively known, actually consist of several distinct types of marking on the Pampa, Colorado, and surrounding areas. It is a common oversimplification to refer to them all simply as lines, because while straight lines are certainly present, they represent only one category of a much more varied phenomenon. The first category is indeed lines. These are long, straight, narrow clearings in the desert surface, typically between 1 and 3 meters wide, that extend for remarkable distances in essentially straight trajectories. Some of these lines run for only a few hundred meters. Others extend for more than 9 kilometers across the plateau, crossing hills, small ravines, and uneven terrain without deviation. The straightness of these lines is one of their most striking technical features. Surveying experiments have shown that many of them deviate from a perfect straight line by less than a meter over their entire length, a degree of accuracy that would be impressive even with modern surveying tools. The second category is geometric figures, sometimes called geoglyphs, or in the Spanish terminology of Peruvian archaeology, figures geometricas. These include trapezoids, the most common geometric form, which are long, wide clearings shaped like elongated rectangles that taper slightly at one end, sometimes covering several hectares of surface area. There are also triangles, spirals, zigzags, and irregular polygons. Many of these geometric figures appear to be associated with or connected to the straight lines, suggesting that they functioned as part of an integrated system rather than as isolated figures. The third category, and the one that has most captured the popular imagination, is the biomorphs, the animal figures, along with small numbers of human or humanoid figures and plant figures. There are roughly 70 of these representational figures, though counts vary depending on how fragmentary or ambiguous figures are classified. The animal figures include a hummingbird, approximately 93 meters long, a condor, approximately 134 meters wingspan, a pelican or albatross, approximately 285 meters long, making it the largest of the biomorphs, a spider, approximately 46 meters long, a monkey with a tightly coiled spiral tail, approximately 110 meters long, a dog, a lizard, a whale or orca, a fox, a parrot, and several others, including figures that are ambiguous enough to generate debate about what animal, if any, is being depicted. There are also several human or near-human figures. One, perched on a hillside rather than the flat pampa, is commonly called the astronaut, a figure that appears to have goggle-like eyes and hands raised, which has invited significant speculation across decades of popular and scholarly attention. The biomorphs are concentrated in a relatively small area at the southern edge of the pampa, near a rocky outcropping called Cerro Blanco. They tend to be made with a single continuous line that forms the entire outline of the figure without crossing itself, a technique that is consistent with a tradition of continuous line drawing found across many cultures, but that also required careful planning and execution, since the artist had to know where the line was going before beginning it, at a scale where the final image would only be legible from far above. The total count of figures in the Nazca Lines complex is staggering. Recent survey work, including aerial and satellite analysis, has identified over 10,000 individual lines, several hundred geometric figures, and the 70-odd biomorphs. The total area covered by the complex is roughly 450 square kilometers, making it one of the largest single example of landscape art in the world. How do you make something like this? The mechanics, it turns out, are simpler than the scale suggests. The Nazca Lines were made by removing the dark surface stones and piling them in a low border along the edges of the cleared area, exposing the pale subsurface soil beneath. The stones are not buried or transported far. They are simply moved a short distance to the side, creating a characteristic ridge that borders each line and figure. Experimental archaeology, the practice of actually trying to replicate ancient techniques with period-appropriate tools, has repeatedly demonstrated that small teams of workers using simple tools like wooden stakes, cord, and stone implements for moving rocks could create even the largest geoglyphs in a matter of days to weeks. One of the most famous demonstrations of this was conducted in the 1980s by researcher Joe Nickel, who managed to reproduce a section of Nazca-style geoglyph using only tools available to the Nazca people. A team of students using wooden stakes and strings to establish straight lines in simple geometry successfully created a large-scale figure without any modern surveying equipment. The key insight from this and similar experiments is that the planning needs to happen at the small scale, on a gridded map or model, and then be transferred to the large scale using simple mathematical ratios. A feature that is 10 centimeters on a planning grid becomes 10 meters on the ground using a 1 to 100 scale, with stakes and cord establishing the key reference points. The Nazca did not need to see their drawings from above to make them correctly. They needed only to follow a plan, and the plan only needed to work out geometrically, which raises the question that has occupied researchers for a century. Not how the lines were made, but why? Why go to this trouble at this scale, generation after generation, for hundreds of years? Chapter 4. Kawachi. Kawachi sits on the south bank of the Nazca River, roughly 20 kilometers from the heart of the pampa. It covers an area of approximately 24 square kilometers and is dominated by a series of large earthen mounds, some of them built over natural hills, others constructed from adobe bricks that were once topped with wooden pillars, plazas, and elaborate ritual spaces. It was excavated extensively beginning in the 1980s by Italian archaeologist Giuseppe Orefici, whose decade of work at the site have fundamentally transformed our understanding of the Nazca. For a time, archaeologists assumed Kawachi was a city, the capital of the Nazca civilization, a permanently inhabited urban center from which the culture was administered. Orefice's excavations revealed something more complicated and more interesting. Kawachi was almost certainly not a city in any permanent sense. The evidence for daily domestic life, the garbage middens, the hearth, the storage facilities, the dense residential structures, is largely absent. What is present in abundance is evidence of ritual, ceremonial deposits, feasting remains, broken ceramics, animal bones, textile fragments, and human burials, many of them elaborate, with offerings of ceramics, food, and organic materials. What Orefice and his colleagues concluded is that Kawachi was a pilgrimage center, a place people came to for ceremonies, festivals, and religious observances, but did not live in permanently. Think of it as something like the ancient site of Delphi in Greece, or the great pilgrimage centers of medieval Europe, a sacred space that was periodically full of people and then largely empty, maintained by a small permanent staff of priests or caretakers, but not a place of ordinary daily life. This interpretation has significant implications for the lines. If the pampa was associated with a pilgrimage center rather than a city, then the lines were not roads or administrative boundaries in any civic sense. They were part of a ritual landscape. The people who came to Kawachi from across the region also interacted with the pampa, and the lines on the pampa were part of the same sacred geography that made Kawachi significant. The mounds at Kawachi are particularly telling. The largest, called the Great Temple, rises about 20 meters above the surrounding plain and covers an area of several hectares. It was built in stages, each stage being a layer of adobe construction over the previous one, suggesting that the site was continuously elaborated over several centuries rather than built all at once. The orientation of the mounds and plazas at Kawachi appears to be related to the lines on the pampa. Several of the lines, when extended, point toward or away from the site, and the overall geometry of the complex seems to treat Kawachi and the pampa as part of a single integrated sacred space. The end of Kawachi is almost as interesting as its height. Around 400 to 500 CE, the site appears to have been deliberately decommissioned. Its ritual spaces were covered with a layer of sediment and debris, its structures partially demolished, and its function as a pilgrimage center abandoned. This does not appear to have been a violent destruction. It looks more like a carefully managed closure, a ritual end to a ritual space. The Nazca continued for another century or more after Kawachi's closure, but the center of their ceremonial life had shifted or dissipated. What caused this closure? One significant clue comes from the geomorphology of the Nazca River. Around the same period, a major flood event appears to have struck the region. Evidence of flood deposits at Kawachi is abundant, a powerful El Niño event which periodically brings catastrophic rainfall to the otherwise parched Peruvian coast, could have devastated the Nazca River Valley, destroying fields, disrupting irrigation systems, and undermining the agricultural base that supported the pilgrimage economy at Kawachi. The closure of the site may have been partly a response to this environmental catastrophe and partly a ritual acknowledgement of it, an understanding that the sacred landscape had changed and that the old forms of worship were no longer appropriate. It is a pattern that will recur when we look at the decline of the Nazca as a whole. Chapter 5. The Theories. The question of what the Nazca Lines were for may not have a single answer. The lines were created over a period of at least 500 years, possibly much longer if we include earlier Paracas markings in the region. What began as one kind of marking may have acquired additional meanings, or different communities may have used the same landscape for different purposes. Complex, long-lived cultural phenomena rarely reduced to singular explanations, and the assumption that there must be one thing the lines were for is itself a bias imported from outside the culture that made them. The astronomical theory. Archaeoastronomy, the study of how ancient cultures understood and used the sky, is a discipline that sits at the intersection of astronomy, archaeology, and anthropology, and it is worth understanding its methods before examining what it has found at Nazca, because the quality of an astronomical claim depends entirely on the rigor with which it has been tested. The central methodological challenge in archaeoastronomy is distinguishing genuine astronomical alignments from coincidental ones. This is harder than it sounds. If you have enough lines pointing in enough directions, some of them will inevitably align with some celestial event at some point in the year, not because anyone planned it that way, but because there are enough celestial events and enough possible orientations that coincidence is almost guaranteed. The question is always whether the alignments found at a specific site are more numerous, more precise, or more systematically distributed than you would expect by random chance. Testing this requires a rigorous statistical framework. You need to specify in advance which celestial events you are looking for, measure the orientation of the lines precisely, and then determine whether the number of apparent alignments exceeds what a random distribution of lines of similar number would produce. This methodological foundation matters because the history of astronomical claims about Nazca Lines is a history of enthusiastic observations being met by rigorous statistical analysis, and the two have not always produced the same conclusions. The astronomical interpretations begins with Paul Kosicz, an American historian from Long Island University, who traveled to Peru in 1941 and was shown aerial photographs of the plateau. Kosicz noticed that one of the long straight lines, when he stood at one end of it at sunset on the day of the winter solstice, June 21st, in the southern hemisphere, the shortest day of the year and one of the most significant dates in any agricultural calendar, pointed directly toward the setting sun on the western horizon. He was reportedly so moved by this observation that he called the Nazca Plateau the largest astronomy book in the world. It was a phrase that lodged itself in public consciousness and shaped decades of subsequent interpretation. Kosicz's observation was genuine. The line he identified does align with the winter solstice sunset, and the winter solstice was an important date in Andean ritual calendars. It marked the turning point after which days would begin to lengthen, the sun would begin its return, and the annual agricultural cycle would approach its renewal. For a farming culture entirely dependent on seasonal rains that were themselves tied to the solar calendar, the solstice was not an abstract astronomical event. It was a moment of profound practical and spiritual significance. But one line aligning with one celestial event, however significant, does not make a system. Kosick recognized this and passed the question of a systematic astronomical investigation to Maria Reich, who would spend the rest of her life pursuing it. Reich's astronomical claims, developed over 5 decades of work on the pampa, were far more specific and far more extensive than is sometimes appreciated. She did not simply argue that some lines pointed towards solstice sunrises and sunsets. She proposed a detailed correspondence between specific lines and the rising and setting points of specific stars and star clusters as they appeared in the Nazca sky in the centuries around the turn of the Common Era, when the lines were being made. Among the specific astronomical correspondences Reich identified were the heliacal rising of the Pleiades, which in the Nazca period occurred in late April or early May, and which she argued was marked by specific lines oriented toward the northeastern horizon. The rising star of Eta Draconis, which she associated with particular figures. The setting of the Southern Cross, one of the most prominent star patterns in the southern sky, and a navigational and calendrical reference for cultures across the southern hemisphere. And the rising and setting of Canopus, the second brightest star in the night sky, and one of the great significance in Andean astronomical tradition. She also proposed that the geometric figures, particularly the spirals, were related to the movement of the sun and to the marking of the equinoxes. Reich's specific astronomical correspondences were organized into a larger argument that the Nazca Lines constituted a calendar that tracked the agricultural year by marking the positions of key stars and the sun at critical seasonal moments. The lines would have functioned as her rising calendar. The rising or setting of a specific star over the end of a specific line would have signaled to Nazca farmers that a particular agricultural activity should begin, or that a particular ceremony was approaching. This is not an implausible function for a landscape feature in a pre-literate agricultural culture. Horizon calendars, the observation of celestial events against fixed landscape features, are documented across many cultures, including the historic Pueblo cultures of the American Southwest, who used specific rock formations and buildings as solar observation points. The problem with Reich's argument is not that the individual correspondences she identified are imaginary. Some of them are real alignments. The problem is that the sheer number of lines on the pampa, pointing in effectively every direction, means that some of them will align with any given celestial event, and it is therefore very difficult to determine whether any particular alignment was intentional or coincidental without a rigorous statistical test. That test was applied most comprehensively by Gerald Hawkins. Hawkins was a British-American astronomer who had made his reputation with a landmark 1963 paper in the journal Nature, arguing that Stonehenge encoded a sophisticated astronomical computer capable of predicting solstices and lunar eclipses. His Stonehenge work was both celebrated and controversial, but it established him as a serious researcher in the emerging field of archaeoastronomy, and it gave him the tools to tackle the Nazca question vigorously. Hawkins' approach to the Nazca Lines, published in a 1974 paper in the National Geographic Society Research Reports, was systematic and explicit. He compiled a database of the orientations of a large sample of Nazca Lines, measured from aerial photographs and ground surveys, and then compared those orientations to the rising and setting azimuths of the sun, the moon, and a set of significant stars as they would have appeared from the Nazca Plateau in approximately 200 CE, near the middle of the Nazca cultural period. He then performed a statistical analysis, asking whether the number of near alignments between lines and celestial events exceeded what would be expected from a random distribution of the same number of lines. His conclusion was unambiguous: they did not. The Nazca Lines as a system showed no statistically significant preference for astronomical orientations. The number of lines that pointed toward a celestial rising or setting was no greater than you would expect from random chance. The distribution of orientations was essentially flat. No azimuthal direction was preferentially represented in a way that would indicate systematic astronomical planning. This was a serious blow to the astronomical hypothesis as Reich had articulated. Hawkins was working with rigorous methods, explicit statistical tests, and a large sample of data, and his negative result was published in a peer-reviewed context. The conclusion that the lines as a whole are not an astronomical calendar has remained the dominant position in archaeoastronomy ever since. However, Hawkins' analysis has itself been critiqued on methodological grounds, and those critiques are legitimate enough to record. Several researchers have pointed out that Hawkins' sample of lines may not have been representative, that his choice of which celestial events to test against was somewhat arbitrary, and that his statistical threshold for what counts as alignment was debatable. A line that points within 5 degrees of a solstice sunset might be considered an alignment by one researcher and a near miss by another. And the choice of thresholds significantly affects the statistical outcome. More fundamentally, some researchers have argued that testing the entire body of Nazca Lines as a single homogeneous system is the wrong approach. The lines were made over 900 years by many different communities with potentially different purposes. Some subtle lines might have been astronomical in function, even if the system as a whole is not, and a test applied to the whole system would dilute any real signal present in a subset. This is a valid methodological point, and it means that Hawkins' negative result, while important, does not entirely close the question. The Pleiades are the single most important specific astronomical claim in the Nazca debate. The Pleiades are a tight cluster of stars in the constellation Taurus, visible to the naked eyes as a small, fuzzy patch of light containing between 6 and 12 individual stars, depending on observing conditions and the acuity of the observer. They are among the most universally significant astronomical objects in human cultural history, named, observed, and given mythological importance by cultures from ancient Greece to the Aboriginal Australians to the Inca to the pre-Columbian peoples of North America. In the Andes, they were called the Colca in Quechua, a word meaning storehouse or granary, and they were associated specifically with agricultural abundance, with the storage and distribution of food, and with the prediction of the growing season. The agricultural significance of the Pleiades in the Andean world was not metaphorical, it was practical and precise. The heliacal rising of the Pleiades, the moment when they first become visible on the eastern horizon, just before dawn after their period of invisibility during conjunction with the sun, occurred in late April or early May in the Andean sky during this relevant period, and this date marked the beginning of the agricultural calendar for many Andean cultures. Farmers in the Andean highlands observed the brightness and clarity of the Pleiades during their brief pre-dawn visibility to predict the quality of the coming growing season. A bright, clear Pleiades rising predicted good rains and a productive harvest. A dim or partially obscured rising, caused by high-altitude moisture and thin cirrus clouds that would otherwise be invisible, predicted drought. This is not folklore. It is a form of empirical climate prediction that has been validated by modern meteorological research. The moisture that dims the Pleiades at their heliacal rising does in fact correlate with El Niño years, which brings drought to the Andean highlands. The Pleiades were, for Andean farmers, a reliable seasonal weather forecast. In this context, the question of whether Nazca Lines are oriented toward Pleiades rising points is not an abstract astronomical puzzle. It is a question about whether the people who built the lines were encoding into the landscape the single most important astronomical event in their agricultural calendar. The work of Clive Ruggles and Nicholas Saunders on this question, published in the early 2000s, found that a statistically significant number of Nazca lines are oriented toward the heliacal rising and the setting points of the Pleiades as they appear from the pampa during the Nazca cultural period. Their analysis used a more refined samples of lines than Hawkins and applied explicit statistical tests appropriate to the specific hypothesis they were testing. The results were not overwhelming. The signal was real but not dramatically strong. And the paper was careful to note that the astronomical orientation was likely one factor among several in the placement of lines, rather than the single organizing principle. Ruggles and Saunders' work did not rehabilitate Reich's full astronomical calendar hypothesis, but it did suggest that astronomical considerations, specifically the orientation of lines toward the Pleiades, may have been one thread in the complex web of purposes that the lines served. This is consistent with the broader principle that the lines were almost certainly multifunctional, ritual walking routes that were also oriented towards significant landscape features that were also oriented towards significant celestial events, all organized within a cosmological system in which these different categories of significance were not separate from one another, but aspects of the same integrated understanding of the world. The Seke system of the Inca provided the clearest analogy for how astronomical and geographical orientations could coexist in a single landscape marking system. The 41 Seke radiating from Cusco were not only oriented towards sacred landscape features, springs, hills, rocks, but several of them were also aligned with the rising and setting points of specific stars, particularly at significant moments in the agricultural calendar. The Seke system simultaneously organized the social structure of Inca society, connected communities to their sacred landscape, encoded the agricultural calendar, and maintained the cosmological relationships between humans and the divine. It was not one thing, it was all of these things at once, and the different aspects of its meaning were not contradictory but mutually reinforcing. The Nazca Lines made more than 1,000 years before the Inca Seke system was formalized, but within the same broad Andean cultural tradition, almost certainly shared this integrative character. Anthony Aveni, who is the most comprehensive researcher of the Nazca Lines in any single body of work, has consistently argued for exactly this integration. His astronomical analysis of the lines, conducted alongside his work on ray centers and walking routes, found that while the lines as a whole are not a systematic astronomical calendar in Reich sense, specific clusters of lines at specific ray centers do show preferential orientations towards celestial rising and setting points, particularly toward the Pleiades and toward the rising points of stars that were associated with the mountain water cycle in Andean cosmology. The lines that point toward mountains and the lines that point toward star rising points are in many cases the same lines, because the mountains and the stars were understood by the Nazca as part of the same cosmic system. The mountains were where the rains came from. The stars predicted when the rains would come. In the landscape was a text in which both kinds of meaning were written simultaneously. Phyllis Pitluga, the researcher who proposed the Rice-Anuli identification for the spider geoglyph, also conducted an extensive analysis of the possible astronomical correspondences of the Nazca biomorphs, not just the spider, but all the major animal figures. Her argument, published through the Adler Planetarium in Chicago, where she worked as an astronomer, was that the biomorphs were laid out on the pampa in orientations that corresponded to specific star patterns, and that the figures were essentially ground-level representations of dark cloud constellations, the patches of dark nebulae in the Milky Way that Andean cultures recognized as animal-shaped figures. The dark cloud constellations are a distinctive feature of Andean astronomy that has no real parallel in European or Near Eastern astronomical traditions, which organize the sky around the patterns formed by connecting bright stars. Andean astronomers looked instead at the dark shapes, the voids, formed by interstellar dust clouds, blocking the background light of the Milky Way, and they saw in those dark shapes the outlines of animals, the llama, the fox, the serpent, the toad, the partridge, the mother llama with her baby. These dark cloud constellations were organized into a cosmological system just as sophisticated as the bright star constellation of the Mediterranean world. They were used for seasonal prediction, agricultural timing, and ritual purposes. The Milky Way itself, called the Mayu, or Celestial River in Quechua, was understood as the sky counterpart of the great rivers of the Andes, and the dark shapes within it were the sky counterparts of the terrestrial animals that populated the Andean world. Pitluga's argument that the Nazca biomorphs correspond to dark cloud constellation is one of the more visually compelling astronomical claims about the lines. The general shapes of the dark cloud constellations elongated, irregular, with projecting limbs, do have a broad resemblance to some of the biomorphs in the cosmological logic of creating terrestrial counterparts to sky figures within a tradition in which sky and ground were understood as mirrors of each other, is entirely coherent with what we know of Andean thought. The specific correspondences she proposed have been challenged on the grounds that the dark cloud constellations are diffused enough to match many shapes, and that the biomorphs could be made to correspond to them with any several different orientations, depending on how the matching is performed. The astronomical story of the Nazca Lines ends then with not a clean resolution, but with a nuanced picture that honest scholarship requires. The lines are not a single unified astronomical calendar of the kind Reich envisioned. Hawkins' statistical analysis established that with sufficient rigor, but the Pleiades alignments found by Ruggles and Saunders are real and culturally meaningful. The integration of astronomical, geographical, and ritual orientations documented by Aveni is real. The dark cloud constellation framework proposed by Petluga and rooted in documented Andean astronomical practice is a legitimate interpretive framework even where specific correspondences remain debated. And the broader point that the Nazca, as inheritors of a sophisticated Andean astronomical tradition, almost certainly encoded astronomical meaning in at least some of their landscape markings, is supported by the cultural context even where the statistical analysis of specific alignments remain inconclusive. The sky above the Pampa Colorada was not a neutral backdrop for the Nazca. It was a living text filled with beings and meanings that corresponded to, mirrored, and governed the world below. The lines that the Nazca drew on the desert floor were drawn in relationship to that sky, as they were drawn in relationship to the mountains, the rivers, the seasons, and the sacred landscapes of which the Pampa was the center. The question is not whether the sky mattered to the Nazca. It clearly did. The question is how precisely and in what specific ways the lines encoded that relationship. That question remains open. The water infertility theory. The water hypothesis is, by most archaeologists' assessment, currently the most compelling explanation for the Nazca Lines. It emerges from a convergence of several independent lines of evidence, and it has the considerable advantage of being consistent with what we know about Andean religion thought more broadly. The central figure in developing this theory is archaeologist Johann Reinhard, who worked extensively in the Andes from the 1980s onward and published his water hypothesis in 1985. Reinhard's argument begins with an observation about the geography of the lines. Many of the lines, when traced across the Pampa, either originate near or point toward the mountains, specifically toward the high peaks of the Andes from which the rivers that watered the Nazca valleys descended. The trapezoids and geometric figures tend to be oriented toward the mountain horizon in ways that seem deliberate. In Andean religious thought, mountains are not passive landscape features. They are living beings called apis in the Quechua language, and they are the sources of water, the place where clouds gather and snow falls and rivers begin. Worshipping mountain deities, making offerings to them, and orienting sacred spaces toward them is a practice that runs through Andean culture
from at least the time of the Nazca through the Inca period and into the present day in many Andean communities. The connection between mountains, water, and agricultural fertility is one of the most consistent and deeply rooted themes in Andean religious life. Reinhardt's broader field research on high altitude Inca and pre Inca sites across the Andes provides important comparative context for this argument. Beginning in the 1980s, he documented dozens of mountain summit shrines called capacochas in the Inca tradition, where offerings of ceramics, textiles, food, and in some cases sacrificed children were deposited in elaborate ceremonies directed at the mountain Apu. These ceremonies were explicitly intended to ensure rainfall and agricultural fertility, and the logic was consistent. The mountain was alive, it controlled the weather, and it responded to human attention and offering. Reinhardt's documentation of this tradition across the Andes established the comparative framework within which the Nazca Lines mountain orientation is most naturally understood. A line pointing toward a mountain was not a casual orientation. It was a directed act of ritual attention, as specific and intentional as pointing a cathedral altar toward Jerusalem. Physical evidence on the lines themselves supports the idea that they were sites of offering and ritual activity rather than simply visual markers. Archaeological survey work along the lines, conducted by Helene Silverman and others, has documented ceramic deposits, broken pottery in particular, at the endpoints of lines and at race center nodes. In the Andean ritual tradition, the deliberate breaking of ceramics is a documented offering practice. Vessels that held chicha, food, or other ritual substances were broken after the offering was made, their contents given to the sacred landscape. The pattern of ceramic depositions along the lines is consistent with processions that stopped at specific points to make offerings, and the concentration of ceramics at race centers suggests these were the primary ritual foci, the places where the lines converged and where the ceremonial activity was most intense. Unlike a straight line, which has a clear directionality, a trapezoid is a space, an enclosed area with a wide mouth that tapers towards the narrow end. Reinhardt and Aveni have both argued that the trapezoid functioned as gathering spaces for groups of people, that the wide end could hold a substantial group who would process toward the narrow end as part of a ceremony, creating a funnel-shaped movement that had both practical and symbolic meaning. The narrowing of the trapezoid towards its apex, oriented toward a mountain or a hydrologically significant landscape feature, could be understood as a spatial enactment of the directional focus of the ritual, the group's attention and intention being concentrated and pointed toward the sacred destination. David Brown and colleagues, conducting detailed survey work in the Nazca region in the 1990s, found that a significant number of line endpoints, the places where straight lines terminate, coincided with or are located very close to the edges of dry riverbeds, seasonal stream channels, and other features of the landscape associated with water flow. This spatial correlation between line terminals and water-related landscape is one of the most direct pieces of physical evidence linking the lines to water ritual. It suggests that the lines were not simply oriented toward mountain in the abstract, but were specifically connected to the local network of water channels, that they marked or were directed toward the specific places where water entered and moved through the landscape. The water hypothesis received additional support from the study of underground aqueducts. The Nazca region is famous among hydrological engineers for a remarkable system of underground irrigation channels called pukyus, spiral-shaped access shaft connected to horizontal tunnels that tap into the subterranean water table and bring it to the surface, allowing year-round cultivation in a climate where surface river runs dry for much of the year. There are at least 36 of these pukyu systems still visible and partially functional in the Nazca valleys, and new analysis using satellite imagery has revealed additional ones. In 2016, a study published by Rosa Lazzaponara and colleagues at Italy's National Research Council used satellite data to map the pukyus and found that they formed a more elaborate and integrated hydraulic system than previously recognized, with water being distributed across the landscape through carefully engineered routes that took advantage of the natural topography. The pukyus are genuinely extraordinary engineering achievements. Their constructions required an intimate understanding of subsurface hydrology, careful surveying, and the coordination of significant labor. The direct connection between the pukyus and the geoglyphs is not definitively established. There is no archaeological proof that they were built by the same people for related purposes. But the existence of the pukyus tells us something important about the Nazca relationship to water. It was not a casual or passive one. Water management was, for the Nazca, a central preoccupation that involved sophisticated engineering and almost certainly significant ritual. In many cultures, engineering and ritual are not separate categories. The act of building a waterwork is simultaneously a practical act and a sacred one, and the landscape in which it exists is sanctified by that act. Related to the water hypothesis is the work of archaeoastronomer and anthropologist Anthony Aveni, who conducted extensive surveys of the Nazca Lines in the 1980s and 1990s with a team of colleagues. Aveni's approach was painstaking and systematic. He walked the lines, measured their orientations, and tried to understand them in relation to the cultural landscape as a whole rather than in isolation. His conclusion was that many of the lines radiate outward from specific points on the pampa, what he called ray centers, a pattern that suggests they were used as walking routes during procession. In Aveni's interpretation, which is consistent with and complementary to the water hypothesis, the lines were paths, not roads for transportation, not astronomical instruments, paths for ritual walking, for moving groups of people across the sacred landscape in a direct way. The act of walking a line was itself the ritual, and the lines intended to be oriented toward features of landscape, mountains, river sources, pukyus, access points that were hydrologically significant. This interpretation draws support from ethno-archaeological analogy, the practice of using knowledge of living cultures to interpret the archaeological past. In many Andean communities today, and documented in historical sources going back to the early colonial period, there are ritual practices involving walking along prescribed routes in the landscape, making offerings at specific points, and enacting relationships between human communities and the features of the natural world that sustain them. These practices are called check systems in the Inca tradition, a network of sacred lines radiating from the Inca capital of Cusco have striking formal similarities to the pattern of lines radiating from ray centers on the Nazca Pampa. In Inca cosmology, the capital city of Cusco was the center of the world, and from it radiated 41 sacred lines called checks, each connecting a series of shrines called huacas. These shrines were features of the natural and built landscape, springs, rocks, hills, temples that had ritual significance. The checks were maintained by specific social groups, each responsible for the care of the shrine along their assigned line, and they organized both religious calendars and social obligations. Walking the check lines was a form of worship, and the landscape itself was understood as a text of sacred relationships. The Nazca Lines are not the same as the check system. They predate the Inca by more than 1,000 years, and there are significant differences in their structure. But the conceptual parallel is powerful. A culture in which sacred lines radiate across a landscape, organizing ritual movement, connecting communities to water sources and mountain deities, and encoding the relationship between human, their gods, and the world they depend on. The walking ceremony theory. The walking ceremony theory proposes that the straight lines were processional paths, routes along which groups of people walked in organized ritual, making offerings or performing ceremonies as they went. The lines were not meant to be seen from above as finished images. They were meant to be experienced from within, as paths through sacred landscapes. Avani's survey methodology, developed over a decade of fieldwork, was distinctive in that he did not simply measure the lines from the air or from maps, but walked them, all of the major ones and many of the minor ones, on foot, recording their physical characteristics, the quality of the cleared surface, the height and composition of the border ridges, and the features of the landscape at their beginnings and endpoints. This ground-level perspective revealed things that aerial analysis missed. He found that the lines vary significantly in their physical construction. Some are shallow clearings with minimal border ridges. Others have substantial, carefully mounted stone borders several centimeters high. Some surfaces show evidence of repeated foot traffic in the form of smooth, compacted soil. Others appear to have been created, but not extensively used. This variation is consistent with a population of lines that serve different functions, some as heavily used processional routes, others as ceremonial markers that were made but not repeatedly walked. The ray centers, the focal points from which multiple lines radiate, are, in Avani's analysis, the key to understanding the social organization of the walking ceremonies. Each ray center appears to have been associated with a specific community or social group, and the lines radiating from it were the ritual pathways of that group. Different ray centers serve different communities, and the overall network of ray centers across the Pampa encoded the social geography of the Nazca world, the relationships between communities, the boundaries of territories, the hierarchies of ritual importance. The Pampa was, in this view, not just a sacred landscape, but a social map, a physical encoding of who the Nazca were and how they related to one another. Archaeological evidence supports the interpretation that race centers were sites of concentrated ritual activity. Ceramic deposits at race centers, documented by Avenese surveys and by subsequent targeted excavations, included not just fragments of ordinary vessels, but pieces of fine polychrome pottery of the kind associated with ritual use. The highly decorated, thin-walled ceremonial vessels that appear in high concentrations at Kawachi and other sacred sites. The presence of this ceremonial pottery at race centers, rather than domestic pottery, strongly suggests that the activity concentrated at these points was ritual rather than quotidian, that people came to the race centers to perform ceremonies, not to cook or store food. The ethnographic parallels for this kind of organized ritual walking are robust and specific. In contemporary Andean communities in southern Peru and Bolivia, ritual practices called pagos a la tierra, payments to the earth, involve organized groups walking to specific points in the landscape to make offerings of food, coca leaves, alcohol, and other substances to the earth, the mountains, and the local sacred beings. These practices are documented in detail by ethnographers including Catherine Ellen and Zoila Mendoza, and they bear a striking formal resemblance to what the physical evidence at Nazca suggests: organized groups moving along prescribed routes, stopping at specific points to perform ceremonies directed toward the sacred landscape features that sustain their communities. The Bolivian Siki tradition are particularly relevant because they have been documented in living practice and provide direct insight into what a functioning check-like walking system looks like from the inside. In communities around Lake Titicaca, ritual specialists call Yachuris mountain knowledge of specific routes across the landscape, specific offering points, and the correct ceremonies for each location. These routes organize the community's relationship to the sacred landscape, distribute ritual responsibilities across social groups, and provide the framework for the annual ceremonial calendar. They are what the Nazca Lines may have been at a much larger scale. The biomorphs are somewhat harder to fit into the walking ceremony interpretation because many of them are made with a single continuous line that loops back on itself, which would make following the line a much more complex and circuitous experience than following a straight line. Some researchers have suggested that walking the outline of an animal figure was a specific kind of ritual, perhaps related to that animal's supernatural or cosmological significance. A person walking the outline of the hummingbird would be enacting the hummingbird, tracing its form with their body, participating in whatever power or meaning the hummingbird represented. In shamanic tradition across the Americas, the act of embodying an animal spirit, taking on its form, moving as it moves, is a documented form of ritual power. Walking the hummingbird's outline at the hummingbird's scale may have been a way of assessing the hummingbird's cosmological power directly, through the body rather than through the eyes. The textile theory and cosmic weaving. There's a theory less commonly discussed in popular accounts, but which has gained genuine traction among researchers working at the intersection of art history and archaeology. The idea that Nazca Lines may be conceptually related to textile production, specifically to the act of weaving. The Nazca were among the most accomplished weavers in the ancient world, continuing and elaborating the textile tradition inherited from the Paragus. Their textiles were not merely practical, they were sacred objects, repositories of power and meaning, used in burial ceremonies, presented as gifts in ritual exchange, and worn by people of high status as markers of identity and authority. The finest Nazca textiles are technically extraordinary, embroidered with imagery in dozens of colors, using thread spun from cotton and camelid wool at counts that rival the best textile production anywhere in the ancient world. Joanne Pillsbury, one of the leading scholars of Andean textile iconography, has documented the remarkable visual parallels between the imagery on Nazca and Paragus textiles and the forms of the geoglyphs. The supernatural beings depicted in textile embroideries, the so-called oculate beings, a frontal-faced deity with radiating appendages that is one of the most consistent figures in Paragus and early Nazca art, appears in a form that closely mirrors the structure of some of the geoglyph figures. A central body with radiating lines extending outward, like a ray center with its associated lines. The spiral motif that appears in both the monkey's tail and in Nazca ceramics is one of the most common design elements in Nazca textiles, where it appears in border design and as a standalone sacred symbol. The visual vocabulary of the pampa and the visual vocabulary of the cloth are drawn from the same source. Andean textile production is inherently a geometric and spatial practice. Weaving on a backstrap loom, the most common loom type in the ancient Andes, requires the weaver to plan the entire design in advance, encoding in it the structure of the warp threads before a single weft thread is passed. The design exists as a spatial plan before it exists as a visible image. And the act of weaving is the act of executing that plan thread by thread. The finished cloth is the materialization of an abstract spatial intention, an invisible mental design made visible through the sustained, rule-governed movement of the weaver's hands. Anthropologist Gary Urton, who has spent decades studying Andean textiles in the Inca quipu, the knotted cord recording devices that functioned as a form of information storage in the Inca world, has argued that the Andean conceptual universe was fundamentally organized around thread. The Quechua word for to think is etymologically related to words for spinning and twisting fiber. The quipu encoded numerical and possibly narrative information in the structure of knots and cord arrangements, and Urton's analysis suggests that the fundamental logic of information storage in the Andean world was textile logic, the encoding of meaning in the spatial arrangement of fiber. This world is not a collection of objects, but a network of relationships, threads connecting things, paths linking places, lines encoding meanings. The quipu connection to the Nazca Lines is intriguing for an additional reason. Quipu cords are arranged radially from a central primary cord, a structure that formally mirrors the ray center pattern of the Nazca Lines, with a central node and multiple cords or lines extending outward from it. If the ray center pattern was understood by the Nazca through the conceptual framework of textile structure, then the pampa itself may have been conceived as a kind of landscape kipu, an encoding of social, ritual, and cosmological information in the spatial arrangement of cleared lines, readable by those who knew the convention of the system. The lines on the pampa may have been understood by the Nazca as a kind of landscape weaving. The cleared lines are the paths of threads across a vast loom. The figures are the designs materialized from the spatial plan. The act of making them is not building roads or drawing pictures. It is weaving the sacred landscape, encoding meaning into the surface of the earth, the way a weaver encodes meaning into the surface of a cloth. This interpretation is not incompatible with the water hypothesis or the walking ceremony theory. It suggests a deeper conceptual framework within which all of these functions could coexist. The lines could be simultaneously oriented toward water sources, used as paths for ritual procession, and understood as acts of sacred weaving, because these are not separate functions but aspects of a single integrated worldview in which the human relationship to the landscape is expressed through the continuous line, in thread, in walking, in cleared stone. The sound and performance theory. A more recent and still developing area of research concerns the acoustic properties of the Nazca Lines and the possibility that they were associated with music, drumming, or other forms of sound performance. Researchers studying the acoustics of ancient sites have documented that many sacred spaces around the world, from the painted caves of the Paleolithic France to the stone circles of Britain, to the temples of Malta, to Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, have unusual acoustic properties that appear to have been recognized and possibly deliberately engineered by their builders. Echoes, resonance, standing waves, and sound-focusing effects that create unusual auditory experiences within specific spaces are documented at multiple ancient sites, and there is growing evidence that acoustic effects were considered as important as visual or spatial ones in the design of ritual spaces. Stephen Waller, an archaeoacoustician who has studied the acoustic properties of rock art sites across North America, has proposed a specific mechanism connecting sound and the creation of sacred markings, that the interference patterns created by two sound sources in a landscape, the echoes and cancellations produced when two drummers or singers produce sound simultaneously, which creates alternating region of louder and quieter sound in the space between them, could have been interpreted by ancient peoples as evidence of supernatural beings present in the landscape. Since the alternating acoustic zones would appear and disappear as an observer moved through the space, without any visible cause. Waller argued that many rock art sites are located at positions of acoustic significance, places where echoes are particularly strong, where interference patterns are unusually clear, or where specific sounds create unusual perceptual effects. While this specific claim has not been systematically tested at the Nazca geoglyphs, it represents the broader field of acoustic archaeology within which the Nazca question sits. The Nazca Pampa is not an enclosed space. It is an open plain, and so the dramatic resonance effect documented at enclosed sites like the Malta temples are not directly applicable. But the trapezoids and triangular figures, with their long cleared surfaces and stone border ridges that rise several centimeters above the surrounding floor, do create spaces with distinct acoustic properties. Walking into a trapezoid from the open pampa is entering a space where the low stone borders slightly concentrate and reflect sound, where the hard, flat, cleared surface creates a stronger ground reflection than the surrounding stone-covered desert, and where the sense of acoustic differentiation, subtle but perceptible to a trained ear, marks the interior as physically distinct from the exterior. For a culture in which the distinction between sacred and profane space was fundamental and spatially encoded, these acoustic properties may have reinforced and complemented the visual and social demarcation of the trapezoid as a ritual space. The panpipe is the instrument most closely associated with Andean ritual music, and its significance, at Nazca specifically, is documented in the material culture. Nazca ceramics include frequent and detailed depictions of panpipe players, figures shown holding the characteristic multi-tube instrument to their lips, depicted in contexts that are clearly ceremonial. Actual panpipes have been found in Nazca and Paracas burial contexts, preserved by the desert. The Nazca panpipe tradition is technically sophisticated. Instruments found archaeologically include examples with multiple tubes carefully calibrated to specific pitches, demonstrating that Nazca musicians were working with intentional tuning systems rather than approximate construction. The panpipe has cosmological associations in Andean thought that go beyond mere musicality. In Andean traditions, documented from a colonial period onward, panpipes are associated with the wind, with the sky, with the movement of the seasons, and with communication between human world and the supernatural world. The act of playing a panpipe was not simply entertainment. It was a form of cosmic communication, a way of sending sound upward toward the sky and the mountain spirits. Groups of panpipe players performing together in the open landscape of the pampa would have created a rich, complex acoustic environment whose sounds, carrying across the flat, reflective desert surface, could have been heard at great distance and experienced as a form of sacred presence filling the landscape. The Tiwanaku site on the Bolivian Alto Plano, contemporary with the later Nazca period and part of the same broader Andean culture world, provides comparative evidence for the acoustic design of Andean ritual spaces. Researchers studying Tiwanaku's sunken temple complex have documented acoustic properties that appear to have been deliberately engineered. The stone walls of the sunken court create strong reflections and resonances that concentrate and amplify sound within the space, and the specific dimensions of the court appear to be calibrated to enhance the frequencies produced by Andean instruments, including panpipes and drums. If the designers of Tiwanaku's ritual spaces attended to acoustics as part of their sacred architecture, it is reasonable to ask whether the designers of the Nazca trapezoids, the other major ritual gathering spaces in the same cultural tradition, did the same. The connection between music, walking, and the sacred landscape at Nazca remains largely unexplored by systematic acoustic research, and comprehensive acoustic survey of the geoglyphs has not yet been published. But the threads are there. A culture deeply invested in music as cosmic communication, gathering spaces with distinct acoustic properties, a landscape tradition that incorporated all the senses rather than only the visual. In the comparative evidence from across the Andean world for the deliberate integration of sound into sacred architecture. The question of whether the lines sang in some sense when they were in use, whether the sound of panpipes echoing across the pampa was part of what made the ceremony work, is one that future acoustic archaeology may yet be able to address. Ley lines, sacred geography, in the global tradition of straight lines. One of the persistent and philosophically rich framework for understanding the Nazca Lines comes not from Andean archaeology, but from a tradition of landscape thinking that originated in England and eventually grew into a global comparative theory, the ley line tradition. Alfred Watkins was not a mystic. He was a businessman, an inventor, and an exceptionally careful observer of the English countryside, having spent decades riding through it on horseback as a traveling salesman for his family's brewing company. He had an intimate, embodied knowledge of the landscape of Herefordshire and the Welsh marshes, their hills, their valleys, their ancient earthworks, their standing stones, their hilltop churches, that very few people of his time possessed. And what he noticed, sometimes around 1921, was that these ancient features, the stones, the mounds, the crossroads, the old churches built on pre-Christian sites, had a peculiar tendency to fall into alignment. Draw a line through 3 ancient sites, and often a 4th, 5th, or 6th would lie on it. The alignment were too frequent to feel entirely accidental, and Watkins, being a practical man, proposed a practical explanation. Prehistoric people traveled in straight lines between landmarks, and the sacred and significant sites that accumulated over centuries along those routes preserved the memory of the original paths. He called these alignments ley lines, from the Anglo-Saxon ley meaning a clearing or open stretch of land, and he documented them in his 1925 book, The Old Straight Track, a meticulous, affectionate work of careful observation, full of specific examples, personal anecdotes, and genuine scholarly humility. Watkins did not claim to know what the lines meant. He proposed that they existed and offered a hypothesis about their origin. He was aware that his idea was speculative, and he invited others to test it. What happened to his idea in the following decades is one of the more fascinating stories in the intellectual history of alternative archaeology. The concept lay largely dormant through the 1930s and 1940s, kept alive by a small group of enthusiasts in Britain, and then was dramatically reimagined in the 1960s by a new generation of thinkers whose interests were explicitly mythical and cosmological rather than practical and historical. The pivotal figure in this transformation was John Michell, a Cambridge-educated writer, philosopher, and visionary, whose 1969 book, The View Over Atlantis, reframed ley lines not as prehistoric footpaths, but as channels of some kind of earth energy or spiritual force, flowing through the landscape along geometric lines and concentrating at the ancient sacred sites that had been built deliberately to mark and harness that force. Mitchell was not An unsophisticated thinker, he was deeply read in esoteric philosophy, in sacred geometry, in comparative mythology, and in the emerging field of archaeoastronomy. His writing was literary and passionate, and his core intuition that ancient peoples understood the landscape as a living system and encoded that understanding in the arrangement of their sacred sites was not simply wrong. It was, in fact, a version of something that mainstream archaeology has since confirmed in specific documented cases. The energy component of Mitchell's argument and of the broader ley line tradition that grew from it is that the earth itself generates and conducts a form of energy, variously described as geomagnetic energy, telluric current, earth energy, or orgone, depending on the tradition, that flows through the landscape along specific pathways, concentrating at particular nodes, and that ancient cultures possessed both the sensitivity to perceive this energy and the knowledge to work with it. Sacred sites were not built at arbitrary locations. They were built at places where earth energy was particularly strong, or where multiple energy pathways intersected. And the act of building a megalith, carving a geoglyph, or constructing a ceremonial platform was a way of amplifying, focusing, or channeling that energy for human benefit. This idea was developed most systematically by researchers in the Earth Mysteries movement of the 1970s and the 1980s, including Paul Devereaux, whose long career investigating ley lines and sacred sites produced a substantial body of work that tried to place the energy hypothesis on more empirical footing. Devereaux organized a major research project called the Dragon Project, which ran from 1977 to 1993, and involved systematic measurement of ultrasonic, magnetic, radioactive, and electromagnetic anomalies at sites across Britain, including Rollright Stones in Oxfordshire. The Dragon Project produced genuinely interesting data. Elevated ultrasound readings at certain megalithic sites on certain mornings, fluctuations in natural radioactivity, magnetic anomalies, results that suggested to the researchers involved that the stones were interacting with naturally occurring earth energies in ways that conventional geology had not accounted for. Mainstream geophysicists and archaeologists reviewing the Dragon Project data generally interpreted the findings differently. The anomalies were real, could be explained by the geological properties of the stones themselves. Granite, for instance, is naturally radioactive, and its radioactivity varies with moisture and temperature. By local geological features like fault lines and aquifers that produce measurable geophysical effects, and by the selective reporting that any long research project generates. But the Dragon Project did establish that sacred sites are not geophysically neutral, that many of them are located at places with distinctive geophysical properties, whether or not those properties are related to a form of energy that ancient peoples consciously detected and exploited. The global energy grid theory extends this local argument to a planetary scale. A most developed version was proposed by 3 Soviet researchers, Nikolai Goncharov, Vyacheslav Moratz, and Valery Makarov. In a 1973 paper published in the Soviet journal, Chemistry and Life, in which they propose that the Earth's surface is organized according to a geometric lattice, specifically a combination of icosahedric and dodecahedric geometries, the ancient Platonic solids, and that this geometric grid governs the distribution of major geological features, biological diversity patterns, ancient sacred sites, and anomalous phenomena across the planet. The nodes of this grid, the points where the geometric lines intersect, correspond to the locations of Stonehenge, the Egyptian pyramids, the Nazca Plateau, Easter Island, the Bermuda Triangle, and other sites of mystery and significance. This theory was taken up and elaborated in the English-speaking world by researchers including William Becker and Beth Higgins, who in 1987 published a refined version of the geometric grid that they called the Unified Vector Geometry, or UVG-120 sphere, superimposing a network of triangles, pentagons, and hexagons over the globe and identifying hundreds of ancient sites, geological features, and anomaly zones at the grid's intersection points. Their work was visually compelling. Maps showing the global grid with sites like Nazca, Giza, Machu Picchu, and Stonehenge all apparently sitting at or near node points, and it circulated widely in alternative history and Earth mysteries communities. The connection to Nazca Lines in this framework is direct and specific. The Nazca Plateau sits near one of the nodes of the proposed global energy grid, and the straight lines themselves are interpreted as markers of energy pathways, physical manifestation of the underlying geometric structure of the Earth's energy field, created by a culture that could perceive and work with that energy. The lines are not roads, not astronomical instruments, not ritual walking paths. They are visible tracings of invisible currents, like iron filings revealing the lines of a magnetic field, drawn onto the desert surface by people who knew where the energy flowed and wanted to make that knowledge permanent. Whether or not the global energy grid exists in any physically measurable sense, and no peer-reviewed study has confirmed the specific geometric relationships proposed by Goncharov, Muratz, Makarov, Becker, or Higgins, the theory rests on a question that is worth taking seriously. Are ancient sacred sites distributed across the globe in ways that are non-random? And if so, what explains their distribution? Statistical analyses of proposed grid alignments have generally found that the apparent correspondences between grid nodes and sacred sites are within the range of coincidence given the density of sites considered. With enough sites and a flexible enough geometric model, almost any point on the globe will be near an intersection. But the question of why ancient cultures so consistently built their most significant monuments at locations with particular geophysical, topographic, and astronomical properties, on ridgelines, near springs, at geological boundaries, in places with wide horizon view, is not a trivial one, and it does not require a global energy grid to be interesting. There is also a subtler version of the energy grid argument that does not depend on a specific geometric lattice, but simply proposes that the Earth has energetic properties, electromagnetic, geomagnetic, piezoelectric, infrasound generating that vary across the landscape in ways that humans can perceive, consciously or unconsciously, in that ancient peoples who spent their lives in close relationship with the land developed a practical knowledge of these variations that influenced where they built and what they built. This version is considerably more testable and considerably more plausible than the global grid theory, and it has received some empirical support. Studies of medieval church in Britain, for instance, have found correlations between church locations and underground water sources. Studies of prehistoric monument locations have found correlations with geological fault lines. In the Dragon Project data, however controversially interpreted, at minimum, suggests that megaliths are not placed in geophysically random locations. For the Nazca Lines specifically, the energy framework offers a reading in which the plateau itself was selected as a sacred site not arbitrarily, but because it was a place of particular geophysical significance, a vast, flat, stable surface at a specific elevation in a specific relationship to the mountains, the ocean, the underground water table tapped by the Pukios, and whatever geomagnetic or electromagnetic properties the desert varnish and underlying geology generate. The lines would then be a response to and an amplification of those properties, drawn along the directions of perceived energy flow, concentrating at the ray center nodes where multiple currents converge and creating a landscape instrument for working with the energies of the earth. This remains a framework without the kind of empirical confirmation that would satisfy mainstream science. But it is a framework with deep roots in human experience and the universal intuition that some places feel different from others, that certain landscapes carry a quality of presence or power that others lack, and that the act of marking and attending to those places is not superstition, but a form of knowledge. The Nazca people, whatever they believed about the energy of their plateau, clearly understood that the pampa was a place of exceptional significance, whether that significance was cosmological, hydrological, astronomical, acoustic, geomagnetic, or all of these simultaneously. They encoded it in lines that have lasted 2,000 years. The energy, in some sense, is still there. The cross-culture evidence that Mitchell marshaled to support his vision draws attention to the Chinese system of feng shui, which is at its foundation a sophisticated tradition of reading the landscape, its hills, valleys, watercourses, and orientations, for their effect on the flow of qi, the animating energy that Chinese cosmology understood to permeate the natural world. Dragon paths, or long mei, were the channels along which qi was understood to travel most powerfully through the landscape. In the placement of buildings, graves, and sacred structures in relation to these paths was a matter of profound practical and spiritual importance. The tradition is thousands of years old, embedded in Chinese culture at every level, and whatever its metaphysical claims, it embodies a genuine attentiveness to landscape form and orientation that has influenced the design of everything from imperial palaces to village graveyards. Mitchell also drew on Aboriginal Australian song lines, perhaps the most extraordinary example in the world of a culture whose sacred geography is organized around lines in the landscape. Song lines are routes across the Australian continent that are simultaneously physical paths, musical compositions, cosmological narratives, and legal structures. The dreaming ancestors of Aboriginal cosmology traveled across the landscape in the mythological time of creation, and as they traveled, they sang the world into existence, naming each feature of the landscape, encoding its form and significance in song. The routes they traveled are the song lines, and to walk a song line is to retrace the path of creation, sing the ancestor song, maintaining the world's existence through the act of attention and voice. Song lines can run for thousands of kilometers, crossing the territories of dozens of different language groups, each of whom knows and maintains their portion of the route. The system is one of the most sophisticated examples of landscape as living text that any culture has produced, and it has been extensively studied by anthropologists, including Bruce Chatwin, whose 1987 book, The Song Lines, brought it to wide international attention. The Andean check system is another example of exactly what Mitchell was describing, a network of sacred lines radiating from a center, connecting significant places, organizing ritual movement, and encoding the relationship between human communities and the landscape they inhabit. The checks were not metaphors. They were real lines in the real landscape of the Andes, maintained by real people, walked by real pilgrims. And their informal similarity to both Watkins ley lines and to the Nazca geoglyphs is not something that mainstream archaeology dismisses. It is, in fact, one of the most productive comparative frameworks in Nazca studies. What does all of this suggest about the Nazca Lines specifically? The ley line tradition, understood at its most serious and rigorous level, proposes that Nazca lines are part of a global pattern, that the impulse to draw straight lines across the landscape, to connect sacred places through directed paths, to encode the relationship between human communities and their environment in the form of lines oriented towards significant features of the sky and land, is not unique to the Nazca, but is a widespread, possibly universal feature of ancient sacred geography. The Nazca are, in this view, the most spectacular known example of a tradition that appears in some form on every inhabited continent. This claim is supported by the archaeological record. The British chalk figures cut into the hillsides of southern England, the effigy mounds of the North American Midwest, the stone structures of the Arabian Desert, the Atacama Giant in northern Chile, all of them demonstrate that large-scale landscape marking is a cross-culture human practice, arising independently across widely separated civilizations with no documented contact. The specific claim that these traditions are connected, that they reflect a shared understanding of Earth energy or a shared cosmological system, is much harder to support archaeologically, and most researchers treat it as an interesting hypothesis rather than a demonstrated fact. But there is a version of the ley line argument that doesn't require any claim about Earth energy or global cosmological network, and that is genuinely compelling on its own terms. That ancient peoples, living in intimate relationship with their landscapes, naturally developed ways of organizing that landscape into meaningful patterns, of reading it, marking it, walking it, and that straight lines are the natural geometry of that practice, emerging independently in multiple cultures because they are the most efficient way to connect two significant points and because they impose a human order on a landscape that might otherwise feel overwhelming or chaotic. In this view, the Nazca Lines and the British ley lines and the Andean checks and the Aboriginal song lines are not connected by any mystical force. They are connected by the universality of human spatial cognition, by the shared experience of living in landscapes that feel alive and significant, and by the universal human impulse to respond to that significance by marking, walking, and singing. That is a profound observation about what it means to be human in the world, about the deep grammar of our relationship to the land beneath our feet. And the Nazca Lines, standing in the middle of one of the world's most dramatic and unforgetting landscapes, are perhaps the grandest single expression of that grammar we have found. The trophy head cult and the sacred landscape. One of the most unsettling aspects of Nazca culture from a modern Western perspective is the trophy head cult. Across Nazca sites, archaeologists have found decapitated human heads, sometimes elaborately prepared with holes drilled through the forehead for carrying, lips sealed with thorns, or the mouth stuffed with plant material. These heads were clearly curated and kept, not simply the remnants of violence. They appear in Nazca ceramic imagery constantly, carried by supernatural beings, incorporated into ritual scenes, associated with agricultural fertility and water. The most comprehensive physical study of Nazca trophy heads was conducted by bioarchaeologist John Verano, who examined hundreds of specimens from sites across the Nazca region and published detailed findings on their preparation, demographics, and distribution. Verano's analysis revealed several important things. First, trophy heads were made from real people. The cut marks on the cervical vertebrae are consistent with decapitation, and the modification to the skulls were made on fresh bone, indicating that the preparation was carried out shortly after death rather than on exhumed remains. Second, the population of individuals whose heads were taken skewed toward adult males, though women and children are also represented. A demographic pattern consistent with the heads having been taken in the context of both warfare or raiding and ritual sacrifice. Third, the modifications to the heads, the drilled forehead holes, the plant materials packed into the mouth, the thorn through the lips, were not random, but followed consistent culturally prescribed patterns, indicating that trophy head preparation was a formalized ritual practice with specific rules and meaning, rather than improvised acts of violence. The drilled hole in the forehead deserves particular attention. In documented examples, a cord was threaded through this hole, allowing the head to be carried or worn, suspended from the body, displayed at the ceremonial center, or attached to a ritual costume. Nazca ceramics frequently depict supernatural beings carrying trophy heads in exactly this way, suspended by a cord from a belt or sash, or held in the hands. The heads were portable sacred objects, carried from place to place, displayed in public ceremonies, and eventually deposited in burial contexts or at sacred sites, including, in some cases, along the lines on the pampa itself. The geographic distribution of trophy head finds across the Nazca region tells its own story. They are concentrated at Kawachi, the pilgrimage center, and at sites along the river valleys, but they also appear at locations along the pampa margins, in contexts that suggest they were brought to the pampa as offerings or ritual objects during the ceremonies conducted along the lines. The stuffing of the mouth with plant material has been interpreted through the lens of agricultural fertility. The plant material identified in several specimens includes seeds and leaves of cultivated plants, maize, squash, and other agricultural species, which connects the trophy head cult directly to the growing cycle. In this reading, the mouth stuffed with agricultural plants was a specific ritual statement. The dead person's spirit, contained within the prepared head, was being charged with the responsibility of feeding the living, of sending fertility back through the threshold of death into the world of growing things. The head was not simply a war trophy or a status symbol. It was a ritual technology for managing the relationship between death and growth, between the energy of the dead and the needs of the living. This cosmological framework, in which human actions mediate the circulation of life force between the dead, the living, and the natural world, is entirely consistent with the water hypothesis for the lines. The lines, the trophy heads, the Pukyu aqueduct, the offerings at ray centers, these are all instruments in the same project, the maintenance of the flow of life through a landscape that is always on the edge of dying. Each is a different technology for the same essential act of propitiation and exchange, addressed to the forces, mountain, sky, ancestor, dead, that held the power to give or withhold the water on which everything depended. Chapter 6. The Figures in Detail. Each of the Nazca biomorphs is its own story, and each one opens a different window into Nazca's symbolism and cosmology. The hummingbird. The hummingbird is perhaps the most recognized of the Nazca geoglyphs, and it is a reasonable symbol for the whole phenomenon. Precise, beautiful, made by something that moves too fast to see clearly, suggesting a world in which things happen at scales both too large and too small for ordinary human perception. Hummingbirds are not merely decorative in Andean culture. They are powerfully associated with flowers and, by extension, with the succession of seasons, with the blooming that follows the rains and the drying that follows the blooming. In some Andean traditions, hummingbirds are messengers between the human world and the divine. Their extreme speed and their ability to hover make them liminal creatures, neither quite still nor quite moving, neither quite here nor quite elsewhere. The Nazca hummingbird geoglyph is made with a single continuous line, its beak pointing toward a long straight line that runs off the edge of the pampa in a direction that some researchers have connected to water sources in nearby valleys. Its proportions are accurate to the actual proportions of a hummingbird, suggesting that the Nazca artists were observing from life in scaling up, not imagining a mythical creature, but representing a real one at a scale that transforms it from a living creature into a landscape feature. The spider. The spider geoglyph is smaller than the hummingbird, about 46 meters from leg to leg, but it is arguably the most anatomically precise of all the Nazca biomorphs. A researcher in the 1950s, Phyllis Peluga, examined the geoglyph in detail and identified it as a possible depiction of a rice anuli, a rare and ancient order of arachnid, related to spiders but distinct that exists today only in deep jungle environment far from the Nazca Plateau. The Raisanuli has a particularly distinctive feature. The male reproductive organ is located on the tip of its third right leg. Looking at the Nazca spider geoglyph, that third right leg is slightly elongated and extended, in a way that, if the identification is correct, would suggest the Nazca were depicting a male spider in its reproductive posture. This is a remarkable level of biological detail for a culture that, as far as we know, had no lens grinding technology and would have had to observe this detail with the naked eye. But the identification raises a problem. The Raisanuli are not merely distant from the Nazca Plateau. They are among the rarest and most obscure arachnids on Earth. They live in the deep leaf litter in cave environments of tropical rainforest, primarily in the Amazon basin and parts of West Africa. They are tiny, typically less than a centimeter long, cryptic in their habits, and essentially invisible to anyone not specifically looking for them in their specific microhabitat. They have no food value, no obvious ornamental value, and no commercial use that would have made them a likely trade commodity. A Raisanuli is not a monkey, which is large, charismatic, and easily kept alive. It is not a macaw feather or a jaguar pelt, which are durable, portable, and visually spectacular. The idea that this particular creature traveled from the Amazon jungle to the Nazca Plateau in a form detailed enough for an artist to study its third right leg anatomy is considerably harder to sustain than the equivalent argument for any of the other exotic animals in the Nazca bestiary. This geographical and biological implausibility is precisely why the Raisanuli identification, though widely cited, remains genuinely contested. Several specialists in Andean archaeology have questioned it on exactly these grounds. The alternative interpretation are worth taking seriously. The figure may depict a more common spider species. There are hundreds of spider species native to the Peruvian coast and river valleys, some of them large, distinctive, and locally significant, whose third right legs happens to be rendered in a way that resembles the Raisanuli posture by coincidence or artistic convention. Or the figure may be a composite supernatural spider, a sacred being that combined features of multiple real spiders, or that existed primarily in the cosmological imagination rather than as a portrait of any single species. There is a third possibility that the broader context of Nazca knowledge opens up. That awareness of the Raisanuli reached the Nazca not through trade in physical specimens, but through the movement of people, specifically through the shamanic traditions that connected Andean coastal cultures to the Amazon basin. The presence of Amazonian plant compounds in Nazca ritual ceramic vessels establishes that some form of contact or exchange between the coast and the jungle was occurring. The people who traveled those routes, traders, ritual specialists, or the specialists who sourced the hallucinogenic plants used in ceremonies, would have encountered Amazon jungle life firsthand. A shaman or long-distance traveler who had spent time in the deep forest might well have noticed the Raisanuli, its reproductive anatomy included, and transmitted that knowledge back through oral tradition and visual culture to the communities on the pampa. This kind of knowledge transmission, specific, embodied, carried in the mind of a person rather than a traded object, leaves no archaeological trace, which is precisely why it is so difficult to confirm or deny. What can be said is that the Nazca clearly possessed knowledge of distant ecosystems that went beyond what ordinary coastal life would provide, and that the mechanism for acquiring that knowledge, long-distance trade, pilgrimage, shamanic travel, are all documented in the Andean world. In Andean cosmology more broadly, spiders are associated with rain and water. Creatures that appear after rain build webs that catch dew and seems to sense moisture in the air. Some spiders in Andean folk taxonomy are specifically associated with predicting rainfall, their behavior changing in advance of rain in ways that communities learn to read as a natural forecast. If this association existed in the Nazca period, then the spider geoglyph was a ritual invocation of rain, not just a picture of a spider, but a representation of the spider's power to call water from the sky. That the anatomical detail of the reproductive organ was included in that invocation says something about how seriously the Nazca took precision in their ritual language. A prayer, apparently, needed to be exact. The monkey. The monkey geoglyph is one of the most technically impressive of the biomorphs. It measures roughly 110 meters from head to tail, and its most distinctive feature is its tail, which spirals inward in a series of concentric loops that are so precisely drawn that they look, from the air, like a mathematical diagram. The spiral is a recurring motif in Nazca art, appearing on ceramics, textiles, and the pampa, and it has been associated with a range of meanings, with water, the spiral of a vortex, with the cosmos, the spiral of the Milky Way, with fertility and generation. Monkeys are not native to the Nazca coastal region. They live in the Amazon basin, far to the east across the Andes, not just across a mountain range, but across an entirely different climate zone, separated from the Nazca world by the most dramatic terrain on the planet. And yet, the monkey geoglyph is anatomically accurate. Its body proportions are correct for a New World monkey. Its posture, seated with the tail raised, is behaviorally realistic, the kind of resting posture any observer of living monkeys would recognize. The spiral of the tail follows the natural coiling behavior of a spider monkey or similar species with a prehensile tail, rendered not as a generic curl, but as a specific observed movement. This precision raises the same question it raises with the spider and the orca. How? Unlike the rhicinule, however, the monkey is an animal that could plausibly have made the journey from the Amazon to the Nazca Valley through the trade networks. Monkeys were kept as exotic pets and sacred animals across many pre-Columbian cultures, including on the Peruvian coast and in the Andean highlands. Live monkeys transported in cages or tethered appear in the iconographic record of numerous Andean and coastal cultures, and their bones have been found at archaeological sites far outside their natural habitat. A live monkey kept in a Nazca community even for a short time, even as a single extraordinary import, would have been observed, drawn, and its image transmitted into the visual culture with an accuracy that a live model naturally produces. Preserved specimens offer another route. Monkey skins, skulls, and dried bodies were traded as luxury goods and sacred objects throughout the pre-Columbian Americas. A well-preserved monkey skin, with its distinctive proportions intact, would have given a Nazca artist everything needed to render the body accurately. The tail in a preserved specimen will retain its characteristic curl, not necessarily the dynamic coil spiral of the geoglyph, but enough to establish the basic form from which an idealized or cosmologically amplified rendering could be developed. The third possibility, as with the spider, is direct human knowledge. Travelers, traders, or ritual specialists who had been to the jungle and returned with first-hand experience of living monkeys, transmitting their knowledge through description, small-scale drawing, or oral tradition into the visual vocabulary of the culture. The archaeological evidence for Amazonian plant compounds in Nazca ritual contexts confirms that some Nazca people or their contacts had access to deep jungle resources. Those same contacts would have brought back knowledge of jungle animals. Whatever the mechanism, the monkey in Nazca iconography carries a consistent and specific cosmological meaning. It represents the jungle world, the hot, wet eastern world beyond the mountains, the place where water is so abundant it seems impossible from the vantage point of the desert. In Andean cosmology, the jungle is associated with the east, with the rising sun, with the lower world beneath the earth through which river travels underground, and with forces of fecundity and transformation that are powerful but dangerous, difficult to control, needing to be engaged with carefully. The monkey, as the jungle's most recognizable and human-like inhabitant, embodies all of this. To draw the monkey on the pampa, at the scale of the landscape with its spiral tail reaching toward the sky, was to bring the power of the far, watery east into direct contact with the dry plateau that needed water so desperately. The condor. The condor is among the most sacred birds in Andean cosmology, a status it has maintained without interruption from the Nazca period through the Inca period and into the present day. The Andean condor has the largest wingspan of any land bird in the Western Hemisphere. Some individuals span 3.5 meters, and it rides thermal columns of warm air high above the Andes with an effortless grace that to any observer suggests a creature that belongs as much to the sky as to the earth. In Andean thought, the condor is the bird of the upper world, the sky world, the realm of the sun and the mountain deities. It is also associated with death and regeneration, being a creature that feeds on carrion and transforms death back into life. In some Andean traditions, the condor is understood as a messenger between the world of the living and the world of the dead, its great height giving it access to realms that humans cannot reach. The condor geoglyph at Nazca depicts a bird with wings outstretched and head bent, a posture consistent with a soaring condor seen from above. Its wingspan in the geoglyph is approximately 134 meters, making it a genuinely monumental figure. The line that forms it is, as with the other biomorphs, continuous and non-crossing, requiring the maker to plan the entire figure before beginning. The orca, or the killer whale. The orca, called the killer whale in some traditions, appears in Nazca ceramics far more frequently than its relative obscurity in the geoglyph record might suggest. On pottery, Orcas are depicted as powerful supernatural beings associated with the sea and with violence and fertility simultaneously. The ocean, just 40 kilometers to the west of the Pampa, was a constant presence in Nazca life, not just as a food source, but as a cosmic force, the great body of water at the edge of the known world. But orcas are not coastal animals in the way that pelicans, cormorants, or sea lions are. They do not patrol the near-shore shallows where Nazca fishermen work their reed boats. They are open ocean predators, among the most wide-ranging animal on the earth, whose world is the deep Pacific, far beyond the sight of shore. A fisherman in a small boat working the kelp beds in near-shore anchovy schools would not encounter orcas regularly and might go an entire lifetime without seeing one clearly. How then did the Nazca know what an orca looked like? The question matters because the orca, as depicted in Nazca ceramics, is specific and recognizable, not a generic whale or a mythological sea monster, but a creature whose black and white coloration, distinctive dorsal fin, and characteristic body proportions are rendered with enough accuracy to identify it. This is not artistic convention inherited from a tradition that had never seen one. Someone, at some point, saw an orca closely enough to remember its specific features. The most plausible route is stranding. Orcas, like all cetaceans, occasionally breach themselves on the Peruvian coast, either as single animals or in group strandings. A stranded orca, dying or dead on the beach, its full body visible and accessible, would have been an extraordinary event in any coastal community, immediately freighted with supernatural significance and remembered for generations. The sheer scale of a stranded orca, its striking coloration, its teeth, the strange intimacy of a sea creature lying still on land, all of this would have burned into the collective memory of any community that witnessed it and been transmitted into the visual culture as representation of oceanic power. Deep water fishing is another possibility. The Nazca and their predecessors fished the Humboldt Current, one of the most productive marine ecosystems in the world, and Andean coastal cultures across the region used large ocean-going reed boats that were capable of venturing considerably further offshore than nearshore craft. Experienced offshore fishermen would have encountered orcas hunting in the open water, observing their behavior at sufficient proximity to note their markings and proportions. The orca's presence in Nazca ceramics long before its appearance in the geoglyphs also suggests that the image had time to become conventionalized, passed from artist to artist within a tradition of representation that maintained its accuracy over generations. The way a portrait tradition maintains likeness even when individual painters have never met the subject. By the time the orca was rendered as a geoglyph, its form may have been as familiar to Nazca artists as the condor or the hummingbird, carried in the visual vocabulary of the culture even by those who had never been to sea. The orca's cosmological meaning in Nazca iconography is consistent with its nature as an apex predator of the open ocean. It represents the sea itself, not the tame, nearshore sea of fishing and gathering, but the deep, powerful, dangerous sea that lay beyond the horizon. In Nazca ceramic scenes, orcas are frequently depicted holding trophy heads, the same severed human heads that appear throughout Nazca ritual art, associating the orca with themes of sacrifice, death, and the regeneration of life from death. The orca is a killer that sustains the ecosystem it inhabits, a predator whose violence is also a form of fertility, which places it exactly the same conceptual register as the trophy head cult and the broader Nazca preoccupation with the relationship between death and life. Its presence in the geoglyphs, alongside the condor of the upper world and the monkey of the jungle world, completes the cosmological picture. Sky, forest, and deep ocean, the three realms beyond the desert, each represented by the creature that most powerfully embodies its nature. The pelican and the sea. The largest of the Nazca biomorph is not the condor or the monkey. It is a figure most commonly identified as a pelican, or by some researchers as an alcatraz, or a different species of long-billed seabird. At approximately 285 meters in length, it dwarfs the other animal figures and is large enough that from the air, its full extent is only visible at considerable altitude. The pelican's importance in Andean coastal cultures is significant. The Peruvian pelican is one of the most visible birds along the Pacific coast, gathering in enormous colonies near the abundant fish populations sustained by the Humboldt Current. It is also a bird associated with fishing, with the human practice of taking from the sea, and by extension, with the abundance and unpredictability of ocean resources. The ocean current itself, the Humboldt, is directly responsible for the extreme aridity of the Nazca region. Cold upwelled water from the deep Pacific keeps the Peruvian coastal climate cool and dry, suppressing rainfall for most of the year. But when El Niño events temporarily weaken and redirect the Humboldt Current, warm water replaces the cold. The marine ecosystem is disrupted. Fish populations crash, seabird colonies collapse, and torrential rainfall strikes the coast. The pelican, then, is a bird that embodies the ambivalence of the ocean. It is a symbol of abundance and also a marker of the system whose disruption brings catastrophe. The choice to depict the pelican at the largest scale of any biomorph may reflect this ambivalence. The ocean is the most powerful force in the Nazca environmental world, the thing that most determines whether they live in abundance or catastrophe. And so it receives the largest representation on the pampa. This is, of course, speculation. We cannot know the intention of the Nazca artists with certainty. But it is speculation grounded in what we know of the ecological and cosmological significance of seabirds in Andean coastal cultures. The heron and the flower. Among the less discussed figures are several that are easy to overlook precisely because they are less visually spectacular than the spider or the monkey. There are figures that have been identified as heron, as flowers, possibly representing specific cultivated plants like maize or squash blossoms, and as what may be trees or stylized cacti. The plant figures are particularly interesting because they connect the biomorphs directly to agriculture, to the cultivation practice that were the economic foundation of Nazca life. A flower or maize plant drawn at the scale of a geoglyph is not simply decoration. It is a statement about the importance of that plant to the community. In Andean ritual tradition, representations of cultivated plants are often made in the context of agricultural ceremonies, planting rituals, harvest festivals, prayers for good growing seasons. The presence of plant figures among the animal figures on the pampa suggests that the biomorph tradition encompassed the full range of things that matter to the Nazca. Wild animal with cosmological significance, domesticated crops with practical and ritual significance, and the birds and sea creatures that mediated between the different realms of the world. The astronaut. The so-called astronaut is perhaps the most debated individual figure in the entire Nazca complex, a focal point for some of the most dramatic alternative theories about the lines. The figure is located not on the flat pampa, but on the side of a hillside called Cerro Blanco, and is therefore visible from the ground in a way that most of the flat geoglyphs are not. It depicts a human or humanoid figure, roughly 30 meters tall, with what appears to be a round head with circular eyes, a body in a posture that might be interpreted as waving or pointing, and feet that appear to have a flat, boot-like quality. The astronaut nickname was given to the figure in the 1960s and 1970s, during the period when Erich von Daniken's Chariot of the Gods was making the ancient alien hypothesis a mainstream topic of discussion. The round eyes do look to a casual viewer like the goggled eyes of a spacesuit helmet. The overall posture does look to a casual viewer like a figure in a pressurized suit, and so the interpretation stuck in popular culture even as it attracted no serious support from archaeologists. So what is the figure actually? Most Nazca scholars interpret it as a supernatural being, one of the composite human-animal deities that appear throughout Nazca's ceramic art. The round eyes are consistent with the large staring eyes that characterize Nazca depictions of supernatural beings. The posture is consistent with figures depicted on ceramics as invoking or calling. The flat feet might be stylistic rather than representational of any actual footwear. The figure's placement on a hillside rather than the flat pampa is unusual for the Nazca geoglyphs and suggests it may have had a different function or origin from the flat pampa figures. Its visibility from the ground made it a landmark, possibly a marker of sacred territory, possibly a representation of a deity who was understood to reside in or be associated with that hill. The mystery of the animals themselves. There's a question that sits underneath all the individual figure discussions. One of the most genuinely puzzling things about the Nazca biomorphs, and one that tends to get lost in the larger debates about purpose and meaning. How did the Nazca know what these animals looked like? The question sounds simple, but it opens into something deep and strange the more closely you look at it, because several of the animals depicted in the Nazca geoglyphs are not animals that would have been part of ordinary daily life on the Pampa Colorada or even in the nearby river valleys. They are animals from distant ecosystems, some of them extremely distant, and yet they are rendered with a degree of anatomical accuracy that implies direct, sustained, careful observation rather than secondhand description or mythological imagination. Take the monkey. The Pampa Colorada sits on the Pacific coastal strip of southern Peru, one of the most arid places on Earth. Monkeys do not live here, then they never have. The nearest monkey habitat is the tropical rainforest of the Amazon basin, which lies on the other side of the Andes, not just across a mountain range, but across an entirely different climate zone, separated from the Nazca world by some of the most dramatic terrain on the planet. The Andes, at their highest, reach over 6,000 meters, and crossing them was not a casual or a comfortable journey, even for experienced highland travelers. The Amazon jungle itself is, to a desert coast culture, an almost incomprehensibly alien environment. Hot, wet, densely vegetated, full of creatures and plants that have no equivalent in the arid Pacific world. And yet, the monkey geoglyph is accurate. Its proportions are correct, its posture, seated, tail raised and coiled, is behaviorally realistic, consistent with the resting posture of a New World monkey. The spiral of the tail is so precisely rendered that it could serve as an anatomical reference. Whoever made this figure had either seen a live monkey, studied a preserved specimen carefully, or worked from a tradition of naturalistic representation so well established that the accuracy had been reliably transmitted across generations. The spider is, if anything, even more remarkable. The identification of the Nazca spider geoglyph as possibly depicting a Rhizoanuli, a rare ancient order of arachnid found today only in the deep tropics, including parts of the Amazon basin and West Africa, is based on a specific anatomical detail, the slightly elongated and extended third right leg, which in male Rhizoanuli bears the reproductive organ. This is not the kind of detail you would get from a brief or casual encounter with the animal. It is the kind of detail that emerges from sustained, close observation, from the kind of attentiveness to the natural world that modern biology would call naturalism, and that requires both good eyesight and a deliberate habit of looking carefully at small things. If the identification is correct, and it is contested, with some researchers arguing the figure depicts a more common spider species, then the Nazca possess detailed knowledge of a creature that they could only have encountered through long-distance trade or exploration reaching deep into the Amazon basin. And they possess that knowledge with enough precision to encode a specific anatomical feature at 46-meter scale in stone. The orca presents yet another version of this puzzle. Orcas are not coastal animals in the way that pelicans or sea lions are. They are open ocean predators, ranging across deep Pacific waters. A fishing community working the nearshore waters in small reed boats would not encounter orcas regularly. They would have to venture far out to sea, or encounter stranded or dead animals on the beach, or receive reports and objects from communities with longer maritime traditions. Yet, the orca geoglyph is recognizable, correct in its basic proportions, identifiable as an orca rather than a generic whale. The Nazca knew what an orca looked like. The hummingbird adds a different kind of precision. Hummingbirds do live in Peru. There are over 100 species in the country, and some species are found in the coastal valleys and foothills of the Nazca region. So the hummingbird is not a distant ecosystem mystery in the same way the monkey or the Rhizoanuli spider is. But the specific proportion of the Nazca hummingbird geoglyph, the ratio of beak length to body length, the shape of the tail, the spread of the wings, are accurate enough that the ornithologists have attempted to identify which species is depicted. The leading candidate is a species from the genus Rhodopus, or a related group, characterized by a particularly long, slightly curved bill. This level of species-specific accuracy implies not just familiarity with the hummingbirds in general, but careful observation of a particular kind. Several things follow from this, none of them simple. The Nazca had access to knowledge and possibly to physical specimen, live or preserved, from ecosystems far beyond their immediate territory. The Andes were not an impermeable barrier. The archaeological record of the Andean world is full of evidence of long-distance exchange. Pacific seashells found at Amazonian sites, Amazonian feathers found in coastal burials, highland obsidian found on the coast, lowland tropical woods found in highland construction. The Andes were a corridor as much as a barrier, and the cultures of coastal Peru were embedded in trade networks that reached across the continent. Monkeys, live ones as pets or sacred animals, or their pelts and bones as trade goods, could have and almost certainly did reach the Nazca valleys through these networks. The Nazca also maintained a tradition of naturalistic observation, of looking at animals carefully and representing them accurately, that was embedded in their artistic culture. The same precision that appears in the geoglyphs appears in their ceramics, where animals are rendered with a specificity of pose, proportion, and detail that implies artist-naturalists working from life or from well-established visual traditions derived from life observation. They were not representing animals as generic symbols. They were representing specific animals in specific postures with specific anatomical details at whatever scale the medium required. And if the spider's reproductive anatomy was noticed and deliberately encoded, then the artists were not simply making picture of a spider. They were making a statement about the spider's reproductive power, its fertility, its connection to the forces of generation and water. The anatomical precision is not just technical accuracy. It is theological precision. This conjunction of long-distance knowledge, naturalistic accuracy, and theological intention is one of the most quietly extraordinary things about the Nazca biomorph. These were not primitive scrawls made by people who only had a vague idea of what the animals looked like. They were carefully observed, carefully planned, and carefully executed representations of specific creatures whose specific natures were understood to have specific cosmic significance. The people who made them were paying attention to the world around them, to the world beyond them, and to the relationship between the two. It is a kind of intelligence that we rarely celebrate in discussions of ancient cultures, perhaps because it does not fit the categories we are comfortable with. It is neither the engineering intelligence of pyramid builders nor the astronomical intelligence of calendar makers, but something more like the intelligence of a naturalist combined with that of a theologian, working at the scale of a landscape. A person who knows what a Raisinuli spider's third right leg looks like, and who knows why that matters, and who renders that knowledge in cleared stone at 46-meter scale on the floor of a desert. That person is doing something for which we do not have a ready name, but it is one of the most human things imaginable. Chapter 7. Lost Civilizations, Catastrophe, and the Memory of a Vanished World. The theories examined so far all work within a shared assumption that the Nazca Lines were made by the Nazca, and that their meaning is to be found in the Nazca world. But there is one more interpretive framework that presses on a larger and older question, one that operates not at the scale of a single culture or a single plateau, but at the scale of human civilization itself. It asks not just what the lines meant to the Nazca, but whether the knowledge the lines encode might be far older than the Nazca, whether these desert markings are, in some sense, an echo of a world we have entirely forgotten. This is the lost civilization hypothesis, and the questions it asks, even where its answers fall short, are ones that genuine scholarship has not always been willing to sit with. Graham Hancock and the fingerprints of the gods. The figure most associated with the modern lost civilization hypothesis is Graham Hancock, a British journalist and author whose 1995 book, Fingerprints of the Gods, became one of the best-selling works of alternative history ever published, in whose subsequent books, Heaven's Mirror, Magicians of the Gods, America Before, have continued to develop and refine the argument over 3 decades. Hancock is not a credentialed archaeologist, and he is quick to acknowledge this. He is, in the most literal sense, an investigative journalist, someone who follows evidence, asks questions, and reports what he finds, without the institutional commitments that academic archaeology sometimes brings to the same questions. Hancock's central argument is this: that during the last ice age, specifically in the period before the catastrophic end of that age around 12,000 to 10,000 BCE, there existed somewhere on Earth a civilization of considerable sophistication, one that had developed advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, navigation, and possibly architecture, and that this civilization was largely destroyed by a global catastrophe that ended the Ice Age. The survivors of this catastrophe, Hancock calls them the magicians, borrowing a phrase from ancient Egyptian texts, carried their knowledge into the post-catastrophic world, seeding the emerging civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and the Americas with ideas, techniques, and cosmological frameworks that those cultures then developed in their own ways. The Nazca Lines in Hancock's framework are not directly attributed to this lost civilization. He does not claim that the Nazca people themselves were survivors or descendants of the lost world. Rather, the lines represent the kind of monumental sacred landscape marking that was inspired directly or indirectly by a cosmological tradition that predates the Nazca by thousands of years. The sacred geography encoded in the lines, the orientation toward mountains, the lines radiating from centers, the astronomical alignments, the ritual walking routes, is a fragment of a much older and much more comprehensive understanding of the relationship between earth and sky that was once global in its reach. Hancock is not saying that the Nazca could not have made the lines themselves. He is saying that the conceptual system that gave the lines their meaning may be older than the Nazca, and that similar conceptual systems appear in cultures around the world in ways that suggest a common, very ancient origin. The Younger Dryas impact and the end of the Ice Age. The catastrophe at the center of Hancock's lost civilization hypothesis is not purely speculative. It has a scientific basis in what is known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. The Younger Dryas was a period of abrupt, severe climate cooling that began approximately 12,800 years ago and lasted for roughly 1,200 years before ending just as abruptly around 11,600 years ago. On the onset of the Younger Dryas was one of the most dramatic climate events in the post-glacial period. Within decades, temperatures in the North Atlantic region dropped by as much as 10 degrees Celsius. Glaciers re-advanced, and the gradual warming that had been underway since the last glacial maximum was dramatically reversed. The cause of the Younger Dryas has been debated for decades. The conventional explanation, still widely accepted, is that a massive influx of fresh meltwater from the retreating North American ice sheet disrupted the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, the system of ocean currents that transports warm water northward and moderates European and North Atlantic climates, causing rapid cooling. But beginning with a 2007 paper by Richard Firestone and colleagues, in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, a group of researchers has argued for more dramatic cause, a cosmic impact event, specifically the airburst or fragmentation of a large comet or asteroid over the North American ice sheet that triggered catastrophic fires, rapid ice melt, and the climate disruption that followed. The evidence cited for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis includes a layer of unusual materials, nanodiamonds, microscopic spherules of melted rock and metals, iridium anomalies, and a carbon-rich layer called the black mat, found at sites across North America, Europe, and the Middle East at stratigraphic levels corresponding to the Younger Dryas boundaries. These materials are consistent with, though not exclusively produced by, a cosmic impact event. The hypothesis has been published, challenged, defended, and refined in dozens of peer-reviewed papers over the subsequent years. As of the time of writing, the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis remained genuinely controversial in the scientific community. A significant number of geologists and archaeologists find the evidence compelling. A significant number do not. Hancock uses the Younger Dryas impact, or a similar large-scale catastrophe at the end of the Ice Age, as the mechanism for his proposed civilizational collapse. And the appeal to this specific scientific debate gives his argument a more grounded character than von Daniken's, because it invokes a real geological event with real evidentiary support, rather than appealing to extraterrestrial visitors for whom no physical evidence exists. What a lost civilization would have to look like. If a pre-Ice Age civilization existed, what would its physical traces look like? And do we see anything in the archaeological record that matches these expectations? The question is more complicated than it first appears, because the end of the last Ice Age was an extraordinarily destructive event for coastal and low-lying landscapes. Sea levels rose by approximately 120 meters between the last glacial maximum around 20,000 years ago and the present day. As the great ice sheets of North America and Eurasia melted and poured their water into the world's ocean. This means that any civilization that existed during the Ice Age, and that preferred, as most civilizations do, to settle in low-lying coastal areas near rivers and the sea, would have had its settlements drowned underwater that is now the continental shelf, the shallow ocean floor that lies between the shoreline and the deep sea. This is not a trivial point. The continental shelves of the world represents an enormous area of drowned landscape, in some places extending hundreds of kilometers from the modern coastlines, that has been almost entirely unexplored archaeologically. Underwater archaeology is expensive, technically demanding, and logistically complex, and the systematic survey of continental shelves for submerged prehistoric sites is still in its infancy. What surveys have been done in the North Sea, in the Persian Gulf, off the coast of India, in the Gulf of Mexico, have consistently revealed evidence of human occupation on what is now the seafloor: stone tools, hearth, animal bones, occasionally more substantial structures. The most dramatic of these findings is the submerged landscape of Doggerland, the area that now forms the floor of the North Sea between Britain and continental Europe, which was dry land during the Ice Age and supported a substantial human population before being inundated by rising seas. Hancock argues and he is correct in this, that the absence of evidence for a sophisticated pre-Ice Age civilization is partly a function of where we have been looking. If that civilization was coastal, as most sophisticated civilizations tend to be, because coasts offer access to marine resources, trade routes, and fresh water, then its remains are still underwater and have not been systematically searched. This is a genuinely important methodological point, and it is one that mainstream archaeology has been slow to engage with. The archaeological record as we know it is heavily biased toward inland, highland, and arid sites, places where organic matters preserve well and where land-based survey techniques are applicable. The submerged landscape of the continental shelf is almost entirely terra incognita. What it contains is genuinely unknown. Göbekli Tepe and the revision of ancient history. Any discussion of lost civilization and the deep past of human complexity must include Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary archaeological site in southeastern Turkey that has, since its systematic excavation beginning in the 1990s under archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, fundamentally revised our understanding of what was happening in the ancient world just after the Younger Dryas. Göbekli Tepe consists of a series of large stone enclosures, circular and oval arrangements of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some of them over 5 meters tall and weighing up to 20 tons, elaborately carved with images of animals, abstract symbols, and humanoid figures that were constructed beginning around 11,500 years ago. This date places Göbekli Tepe's construction at almost exactly the moment when the Younger Dryas ended and the world began its post-glacial warming. It predates the invention of pottery, the development of agriculture, and all other monumental architecture by thousands of years. The people who built it were, by every conventional archaeological definition, hunter-gatherers, people without cities, without writing, without metal tools, without the organizational infrastructure that we typically associate with the ability to quarry, transport, and erect 20-ton stone pillars. The existence of Göbekli Tepe does not prove that a lost civilization preceded it, but it does prove that the conventional timeline of human cognitive and social development, the narrative in which complexity, organization, and monumental building capacity only emerged after the agricultural revolution around 10,000 BCE, is wrong. Sophisticated, organized, symbolically rich monumental construction was happening at the very beginning of the post-glacial period, among people we would not have expected to be capable of it. Whatever drove the builders of Göbekli Tepe, whatever organizational system, whatever cosmological motivation, whatever accumulated knowledge was in place 11,500 years ago. We have a full 3-hour episode on Göbekli Tepe on the channel if you would like to learn more. Hancock points to Göbekli Tepe as consistent with his hypothesis. If a sophisticated pre-Ice Age civilization existed, and its survivors carried knowledge into the post-catastrophe world, then you would expect to find at the very beginning of the post-glacial period evidence of surprisingly advanced organizational and cosmological knowledge appearing in cultures that conventional archaeology would classify as simple hunter-gatherers. Göbekli Tepe is exactly that. Whether it was built by survivors of a lost civilization or by a local tradition of sophisticated hunter-gatherer culture that developed independently, remains an open and genuinely contested question. Plato's Atlantis in the long memory of catastrophe. No discussion of the lost civilization hypothesis is complete without acknowledging its oldest and most famous version, Plato's account of Atlantis. The Greek philosopher Plato, writing in the 4th century BCE, described in his dialogue Timaeus and Critias a powerful island civilization called Atlantis that had existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, 9,000 years before Plato's own time, which would place it approximately 9,600 BCE, tantalizingly close to the end of the Younger Dryas. Atlantis, in Plato's account, was a maritime empire of great sophistication and military power that was destroyed in a single day and night by earthquakes and floods, sinking beneath the ocean. Most classical scholars treat Plato's Atlantis as a literary invention, a philosophical fable, probably inspired by historical events like the Bronze Age collapse or the eruption of Thera, but not a literal historical account. Plato explicitly uses the Atlantis story as a vehicle for philosophical argument about hubris, virtue, and the dangers of excessive ambition, which is consistent with a fictional or heavily mythologized account rather than a historical record. But the Atlantis legend has a life well beyond Plato, and it taps into something that appears across many cultures: the memory of a catastrophic flood events, often associated with the destruction of a more advanced or more virtuous earlier world. The flood narrative of ancient Mesopotamia, Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah in the Hebrew Bible, describe a world-ending deluge from which only a few survivors escaped to carry forward the knowledge of the previous world. Similar flood myths appear in the traditions of cultures from the Americas to the Southeast Asia to sub-Saharan Africa, with a consistency that has led some researchers to propose they reflect genuine cultural memory of the catastrophic sea level rises of the post-glacial period. This is not as far-fetched as it might sound. Sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age was not a gradual, imperceptible process in all periods. There were episodes of extreme rapid rise, the most dramatic being what geologists call meltwater pulse 1A, around 14,500 years ago, during which sea levels rose by approximately 20 meters in fewer than 500 years. For coastal peoples, this would have been experienced as catastrophic and inexplicable inundation, the sea advancing year by year, swallowing familiar landscapes, driving communities inland, destroying the world as they knew it. The memory of such events, passed down through oral tradition, could plausibly have survived thousands of years in the form of mythologized flood narratives. The question of whether any of this connects to the Nazca Lines is of course the one that matters here, and the connection, if there is one, is not direct or archaeological. It is cosmological and conceptual. The Nazca Lines in the Lost Civilization framework represent the continuation of a tradition of sacred landscape marking that is far older than the Nazca culture itself, a tradition that may have originated in or been transmitted from a world that no longer exists, preserved in the cosmological system of cultures that came after. The precision of the equinoxes in deep astronomical time. One of the more technically sophisticated elements of Hancock's argument, and one that connects specifically to the Nazca region, involves the precision of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's rotational axis that causes the apparent position of stars and constellations to shift gradually over a cycle of approximately 25,920 years. Precession means that the stars that are visible on the horizon at a specific time of year, say the star rising on the eastern horizon just before dawn at the spring equinox, change slowly over centuries and millennia. The age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius, the age of Taurus, These are all references to the constellation that occupies the position of the spring equinox sunrise in different precessional eras. The full precessional cycle takes roughly 26,000 years to complete. Hancock and his collaborator Robert Bauval, who developed the well-known argument that the three pyramids of Giza are oriented to mirror the belt stars of Orion as they appeared in approximately 10,500 BCE, have argued that many ancient sacred sites encode precessional knowledge, pointing not to the skies as it appeared when the site was built, but to the sky as it appeared thousands of years earlier, during a precessional epoch that had special significance in the cosmological tradition they were working within. This, in their view, is evidence that the astronomical knowledge encoded in these sites is far older than the sites themselves, that it was transmitted from a much more ancient tradition. Whether or not this argument holds up for specific sites, and the Giza precisional argument has been extensively debated among archaeoastronomers, with both strong supporters and strong critics, the general proposition that ancient cultures could track and encode precisional knowledge is not inherently implausible. Precession is a very slow cycle, but an observable one. Over a human lifetime, the stars do not visibly shift, but over centuries, the shift is noticeable to careful observers. In cultures with strong traditions of astronomical record keeping, could detect and track it. The Babylonians are credited with the first explicit written description of precession, but the phenomenon may have been recognized in practice, if not in theory, by earlier cultures. For the Nazca, the connection to precessional knowledge is speculative. There is no documented astronomical tradition from the Nazca culture itself, no written record, no explicit evidence that they were tracking precession. But the presence of astronomical orientations in at least some of the Nazca Lines, combined with the broader Andean tradition of sophisticated astronomical observation, means the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. The Viracocha legend and the bearded white stranger. Across Andean cultures, from the pre-Inca period through the Inca and into the early colonial period, there persists a legend that has attracted enormous attention from alternative history researchers, the legend of Viracocha, or by various regional name, a divine creator figure, who is sometimes described as tall, white-skinned, bearded, and appearing suddenly among the people after a great catastrophe, teaching them the arts of civilization before departing across the ocean and promising to return. The Viracocha legend was seized upon by early Spanish colonizers, who found in it a convenient parallel to the figure of Christ, and used it to argue that the indigenous people of the Americas had some prior partial knowledge of Christian truth. In more recent times, it has been used by alternative history writers to argue that a civilizationally advanced pre-Ice Age people, possibly the survivors of Atlantis or whatever culture Hancock's lost civilization represent, appeared among the peoples of the Andes after the catastrophe and transmitted knowledge to them. The mainstream anthropological interpretation of the Viracocha legend is more nuanced. Creator deity figures that arrive from the sea or from a distant land, teach civilization, and depart with promise of return are widespread mythological archetype that appear across many cultures independently. They are not necessarily evidence of historical contact with a specific group of visitors. The bearded white stranger element in particular is almost certainly a post-colonial interpolation. The description of Viracocha as physically resembling Europeans appears most prominently in accounts written after the Spanish conquest, when indigenous people were actively trying to make sense of the arrival of the conquistadors by fitting them into existing cosmological frameworks. Pre-conquest descriptions of Viracocha do not consistently include these physical features. Nevertheless, the Viracocha legend and the broader Andean tradition of civilizing hero figure associated with water, creation, and the transmission of knowledge is worth understanding in its own right because it illuminates the Andean understanding of where knowledge comes from. In the Andean worldview, knowledge is not discovered by individuals through rational inquiry. It is transmitted, revealed, brought from elsewhere. The figure who brings it is divine or semi-divine, associated with cosmic events appearing at moments of crisis and transformation. This is very different epistemology from the modern Western one, and understanding it helps us understand why cultures like the Nazca invested their knowledge in ritual landscape rather than in texts or monuments of the kind that survive most obviously to archaeologists. Tiwanaku Pumapunku and the question of ancient engineering. Any serious engagement with lost civilization theories in the Andean context must include Tiwanaku, the extraordinary archaeological site on the Bolivian Altiplano near Lake Titicaca, at an elevation of nearly 4,000 meters above sea level, which was the capital of one of the most powerful civilizations in the pre-Columbian Americas, and which contained some of the most technically impressive stonework in the ancient world. Tiwanaku was occupied beginning around 1500 BCE and reached its peak as a major urban center and imperial capital between roughly 500 and 1000 CE, making it roughly contemporary with the late Nazca period in the centuries immediately following. At its height, it may have housed a population of tens of thousands. The stonework at Tiwanaku includes some of the most precisely cut and fitted stone blocks anywhere in the ancient world. Massive blocks of andesite and red sandstone, some weighing over 100 tons, cut with precision that leaves joints between blocks measurable in fractions of millimeters, transported from quarries up to 90 kilometers away and fitted together without mortar in structures that have survived more than 1,000 years of seismic activity on one of the most geologically active regions on the planet. Adjacent to the main Tiwanaku complex is Pumapunku, a platform mound whose scattered blocks, many of them showing evidence of sophisticated H-shaped interlocking joint systems, precise drill holes, and surface finishing of quality rarely seen in ancient stonework, have become one of the primary exhibits in the alternative history argument for ancient engineering capabilities that mainstream archaeology cannot explain. The mainstream archaeological explanation for Pumapunku's stonework involves large labor forces using stone tools, abrasives, and the accumulated craft knowledge of generations of experienced masons. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that techniques available to the Tiwanaku people could achieve the precision seen in the blocks. The alternative explanation, most commonly associated with the ancient alien hypothesis in the lost civilization framework, is that the precision implies either power tools of some kind or the inheritance of a more ancient engineering tradition that has been lost. The honest answer is that the full engineering story of Pumapunku has not been definitively told. The precision is genuinely remarkable. The techniques that produced it have not been fully replicated experimentally. This does not mean the conventional explanation is wrong. It means it is incomplete, and that completing it is a legitimate and important task for experimental archaeology. We have a full episode on Pumapunku on our channel if you'd like to explore more. Tiwanaku and Pumapunku are not Nazca sites. They are located hundreds of kilometers away on the Bolivian Altiplano and belong to distinct cultural tradition. But they are part of the same broad world of ancient Andean civilization, and they demonstrate that the Andean world was producing architectural and engineering achievements of a sophistication that is still not fully understood. In that context, the sophistication of the Nazca Lines is not anomalous. It is consistent with the regional tradition of ambition, careful cosmologically motivated construction that produced across different cultures in different centuries some of the most extraordinarily built and marked landscapes in the ancient world. The Orion correlation and sky-ground mirroring. One of the most visually compelling ideas in alternative Andean archaeology is the proposal that the Nazca biomorphs are not random in their arrangement on the pampa, but are laid out to mirror specific constellation in the sky, that the pampa is in some sense a map of a portion of the celestial sphere with animal figures corresponding to the star patterns above. The sky-ground mirroring idea has a legitimate astronomical basis in Andean cosmology. The Inca, as documented by the Spanish chronicler Bernabe Cobo and by modern ethnoastronomers including Gary Urton, recognized a set of constellations formed not by connecting bright stars into patterns, the Western tradition, but by dark nebulae and Milky Way, the patches of interstellar dust that block the light of the stars behind them and create distinctive dark shapes against the bright background of the galactic band. These dark cloud constellation, the llama, the fox, the serpent, the toad, the partridge, were understood by the Inca to be the celestial counterpart of their earthly equivalent, divine archetypes of the living animals below. The correspondence between the dark cloud constellation and the Nazca biomorphs has been noted by several researchers, most prominently Phyllis Pitluga, whose work on the Nazca spider and its potential astronomical associations we have already discussed. The dark cloud constellation called the Fox has been proposed as the celestial counterpart of the Nazca Fox geoglyph. The dark cloud llama has been compared to figures on the pampa. The overall proposition that the Nazca were mapping the dark sky onto the desert floor, creating a terrestrial mirror of the celestial animals above, is cosmologically coherent with what we know of Andean astronomical thought and with the broader sky-ground relationships documented in Inca culture. Whether the correspondence is precise enough to be considered intentional, or whether it reflects the tendency of pattern-seeking minds to find matches in any large enough set of shapes, is a question that has not been definitively resolved. The dark cloud constellations are large and somewhat diffused, and the biomorphs are varied enough that multiple associations are possible. What can be said with confidence is that the conceptual framework of sky-ground mirroring was deeply embedded in Andean cosmology, and that the Nazca, as inheritors of that cosmological tradition, may well have understood their animal figures as earthly reflections of celestial originals. What the lost civilization hypothesis gets right and where it falls short. The hypothesis raises legitimate questions. The conventional archaeological timeline has been repeatedly revised in the direction of greater antiquity and greater sophistication for human cognitive and organizational capacity. Göbekli Tepe was genuinely unexpected. The complexity of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku is not fully explained. The submerged landscape of the continental shelves are genuinely unexplored. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is a legitimate scientific debate. The cross-cultural convergence of cosmological systems organized around sacred lines, sky-ground mirroring, and flood mythology is real and not fully explained. These are genuine gaps in the conventional narrative, and pointing to them is not irresponsible. Where the hypothesis faces its steepest challenge is the leap from there are gaps in our knowledge to a specific sophisticated civilization existed and transmitted its knowledge globally. Gaps in knowledge are not evidence of a specific missing entity. They are simply gaps. The absence of evidence for a pre-Ice Age civilization, even accounting for the bias toward inland sites, remains a significant evidentiary challenge, and the mechanism by which knowledge would have been transmitted from a civilization destroyed 12,000 years ago to the Nazca of 200 CE, across dozens of intervening cultures in a gap of 10 millennia, are not worked out in the existing literature with the specificity that would make the claim testable. For the Nazca Lines specifically, the lost civilization hypothesis adds a layer of meaning. The suggestion that the sacred geography encoded in the lines is older than the Nazca, that it reaches back to a time before history in any recorded sense, that the people who walked the pampa were participating in a tradition whose ultimate origins are lost in the deep past. This is a beautiful and resonant idea. It may even be partially true. The Paracas tradition that preceded the Nazca, and whatever tradition preceded the Paracas, do extend the lineage of landscape markings back further than the Nazca culture itself. But the lines themselves, the cleared stones, the pale earth, the spider, the hummingbird, the monkey with its spiral tail, are the work of the Nazca. People who knelt on this very desert floor, who moved these same stones, who followed plans drawn at small scale and walked them out at large scale with cord and stakes and patience across generation. Whatever tradition they were working within, however deep its roots, the lines belonged to them. And who they were and why they built what they built is extraordinary enough. Chapter 8. The Discovery. The modern rediscovery of the Nazca Line unfolded in stages, and the way in which the lines were found and publicized shaped the assumption that everyone who came after brought to them. The lines were not unknown to the local population. The people who lived in the Nazca valleys had always known about the clearing on the pampa. They walked across them, they knew their shapes, they integrated them into their understanding of the landscape. Spanish colonial documents from the 16th and 17th centuries make occasional references to roads or paths in the desert, and at least some colonial-era observers clearly walked along the lines without understanding what they were. The first published scientific reference to the lines is typically attributed to Peruvian archaeologist Toribio Mejia Expe, who noticed the features on the pampa during a survey in 1927 and presented a paper about them at a conference in 1939. But the lines did not enter widespread international consciousness until commercial aviation brought them to the attention of pilots and their passengers in the 1920s and 1930s, who could see from the air what was visible from the ground. It was Paul Kosek, the American historian mentioned earlier, who first brought serious academic attention to the lines in the early 1940s, who introduced Maria Reich to the phenomenon. The meeting between Kosek and Reich is one of those moments in intellectual history that changes the course of a life, and through that life, the course of knowledge. Reich was a German-born mathematician who had come to Peru in the 1930s, working as a governess, and had remained through the war years, adapting to a country that was not her own, building a life in South America during one of the most turbulent periods in European history. When Kosick brought her to the Pampa in 1946 and explained what he thought the lines were, something in her recognized the problem as her own. Reich's method was meticulous to a degree that bordered on devotion. She spent her mornings sweeping the lines clean with a household broom, removing the thin accumulation of wind-blown dust and sand that over centuries gradually buried the clear surface. She measured every line and figure she could access, noting their orientation to the degree, and she produced detailed hand-drawn map of the Pampa that remained the most accurate cartographic record of the line for decades. She slept on the Pampa itself during field periods, guarding the lines through the night from any disturbance. She used her own money, and later grant fundings she aggressively pursued to pay local workers to help maintain the lines and to fund her research. She published her major work, Mystery on the Desert, in 1949 at her own expense. The international fame of the lines grew through the 1950s and 1960s as aerial photography became more widespread and Reich's publications and her increasingly eccentric public presence as the lone guardian of the Pampa attracted journalists and documentary filmmakers. By the time von Daniken's book appeared in 1968, the Nazca Lines were already known to a sizable international audience. His book simply reframed them in a way that was far more accessible and emotionally satisfying to a mass readership than the careful, hedged conclusion of academic archaeology. While Reich and von Daniken dominated the public narrative, Peruvian historians were conducting their own investigation into the cultural context of the lines, using documentary historical sources from the colonial period. The historian Maria Roswarowski de Diaz-Canseco, whose life's work on Andean ethnohistory is one of the great scholarly achievements of the 20th century, contributed significantly to understanding the religious and cosmological systems that animated Andean cultures across the centuries. Roswarowski's work on the concept of huaca, the Quechua term for a sacred object or place, which could be applied to anything from a mountain to a rock to a spring to a deliberately made structure, provides crucial context for understanding the Pampa. In Andean thought, a huaca is not simply a symbol of the sacred. It is a presence of the sacred, a location or object in which divine power actually inherits. Making a geoglyph on the Pampa was not, in this framework, making a representation of something holy. It was creating a huaca, a place where the sacred could be encountered and engaged with directly. This distinction matters enormously for how we understand the Nazca Lines' function. They were not signs pointing to something elsewhere. They were sacred things in themselves. The process of making was an act of sanctification, and the resulting figure was a locus of divine presence in the landscape. But it was Erich von Daniken who made them famous in a way that no academic work could have. Von Daniken's 1968 book, Chariot of the Gods, presented the Nazca Lines as evidence that ancient humans could not have made them without extraterrestrial assistance, arguing that the straight lines were landing strips for a spacecraft, that biomorphs were signals to beings in orbit, and that the scale of the enterprise was beyond the capabilities of any ancient human culture. The book was a worldwide bestseller, translated into dozens of languages, in its argument, or rather its rhetorical style, which represented speculation as evidence and asked leading questions rather than stating claims, proved enormously influential on popular culture. Von Daniken's argument rested on a series of assumptions. that ancient humans lacked the knowledge or capability to create large-scale landscape art, that the lines are so perfectly straight they require modern technology, that the biomorphs can only be appreciated from the air and therefore must have been made for aerial observers, and that the overall scale of the project is inexplicable without outside assistance. Every one of these assumptions is false. The lines can be and have been replicated with simple tools. Their straightness, while impressive, is achievable with stakes and cord. The biomorphs could have been planned at small scale and transferred to the ground without any aerial view of the result. And the scale of the project, spread over hundreds of years by generations of workers, is entirely consistent with what other ancient cultures achieved in different domains: the pyramids of Egypt, the megalithic sites of Europe, the earthworks of North America. The appeal of the ancient alien hypothesis is not simply that people are gullible or irrational. It responds to a genuine feeling, a feeling of wonder at the Nazca Lines, a sense that they are somehow too extraordinary to be explained by ordinary human means, and a deeper intuition, perhaps, that human history is more mysterious and less determined than our official narratives suggest. These are real feelings, and the archaeological records support the wonder. It simply doesn't support the aliens. The lines are extraordinary because a human culture, working with simple tools and profound devotion, created something of breathtaking scale and beauty on one of the most inhospitable surfaces on Earth, and maintained that creation for centuries. That is more impressive than the alien alternative. Chapter 9: The Paracas Connection and the Elongated Skulls. To understand the elongated skulls of the Paracas, you have to first understand the place where they were found, the man who found them, because both are remarkable in ways that the skulls themselves somehow overshadows. Julio C. Tello and the Paracas necropolis. In 1925, Peruvian archaeologist Julio Cesar Tello was conducting survey work on the Paracas Peninsula, the dry, windswept finger of land that juts into the Pacific, roughly 200 kilometers northwest of the Nazca Plateau, when local people led him to a site that would become one of the most important archaeological discoveries in South American history. The site was a vast underground burial complex cut into the desert rock, which Tello named the Paracas necropolis. Over the following seasons, and most intensively in 1928, Tello and his team excavated the complex and found over 420 mummy bundles, carefully wrapped, elaborately prepared, and extraordinarily well preserved by the same desert dryness that preserves the Nazca Lines. Tello was not a peripheral figure. He is the founder of Peruvian scientific archaeology, the first person to systematically apply rigorous field methods to Peru's pre-Columbian past, and a man who fought throughout his career to establish that the great civilizations of the Andes were indigenous achievements, not the product of external diffusion from Egypt or Asia, as some Europeans and North American scholars of his era claimed. His background mattered to his work. Born in the highland village of Huarochiri to a Quechua-speaking family, he became the first indigenous Peruvian to earn a doctorate in anthropology, studying at Harvard under the prominent anthropologist Alex Heretica, before returning to Peru to build the country's first professional archaeological institution. When Tello opened the Paracas necropolis bundles, what he found inside was staggering. The mummies were wrapped in layer after layer of extraordinarily fine textile. some of the most technically accomplished cloth ever produced in the ancient world. The outer layers were plain woven cotton. The inner layers were embroidered with imagery of supernatural beings, animals, in geometric patterns and colors that, after 2,000 years in the dry desert, remained vivid. Hummingbirds, condors, orcas, serpents, and composite supernatural figures, the same visual vocabulary that would later appear on the Nazca pampa, covered the cloth in dense, intricate designs. Some of the finest Paracas textiles have thread counts exceeding 200 thread per centimeter, a level of fineness comparable to the best silk production of ancient China. The bodies inside these textile cocoons were in various states of intentional preparation. Some had been partially mummified through desiccation, the dry desert air drawing moisture from the tissues and preserving them. Some showed evidence of deliberate mummification techniques, the removal of internal organs, treatment with plant material and resin. Some had been bundled in a seated, fetal position, which is a posture documented across many Andean mortuary traditions and associated with rebirth and the cycle of life. And a significant proportion of them had skulls that were dramatically, unmistakably elongated. What the skulls look like. The elongation of Paracas skulls is not subtle. These are not skulls that require measurement to identify as unusual. They are immediately, strikingly different in shape from an unmodified human skull. The standard human skull, when viewed from the side, has a roughly rounded profile with the cranium rising from the brow and curving back down to the occiput at the rear. A heavily elongated Paracas skull has a dramatically different silhouette. The forehead recedes more steeply, and the cranium extends far backward and upward in a long oval form, sometimes nearly doubling the apparent length of the skull from front to back. Some of the most extreme examples have a cranial vault that extends 8 to 10 centimeters further posterior than an unmodified skull of comparable size. Not a modest difference, but a transformation of the overall head shape that would have been immediately visible to any observer. Some skulls in the Paracas collection are among the largest in volume of any documented human skulls, simply because the elongated form creates more total cranial space than a standard rounded skull, even with the same brain mass inside. The adult skull bones in the collection are thick and well developed. The teeth are well formed, and there is no evidence of the kind of developmental abnormalities that would be associated with pathological conditions like hydrocephalus. These are healthy individuals by skeletal evidence, whose unusual skull form was entirely the product of deliberate modification applied in infancy. The color of the skulls ranges from the pale ivory of clean bone to a deep reddish brown stained by the iron-rich sediment of the Paracas burial sites. Some still have their hair attached. The extreme dryness of the burial environment preserved hair fibers that are long, straight, and in many cases, a light brown to reddish color, a detail that has been seized upon by alternative history advocates as evidence of non-Andean ancestry, since lighter hair is not typically associated with indigenous South American population. The hair color, however, is a well-documented result of the same post-mortem chemical processes that affect hair in arid burial environments around the world, including in Egyptian mummies. Melanin pigments that produce dark hair degrade over centuries, leaving residual pigments that give hair a reddish and brownish cast. It is a preservation artifact, not a biological signal. Currently, thousands of Paracas and related coastal Peruvian skulls are held in collections at the Regional Museum of Ica, the National Museum of Anthropology, Archaeology, and History of Peru in Lima, and various international institutions. Tello himself brought a large number of what is now the Larco Museum in Lima, where they remain on display alongside the spectacular textile that surrounded them. How skull elongation was done, and why. The practice of deliberate cranial deformation through binding is one of the most widespread intentional body modification practices in the archaeological record of humanity. It has been documented on every inhabited continent across a span of time reaching from at least 10,000 years ago to the early 20th century, in cultures with no demonstrable contact with one another. The convergence of the practice across so many independent traditions tells us something important about human psychology and social organization. The shape of the head was a profoundly meaningful social signal and one worth shaping from birth. The biology of why binding works is directly connected to the biology of infant development. The human skull at birth is not a rigid structure. It consists of several separate bony plates, the frontal bone, the two parietal bones, the occipital bone, and several others, connected not by fused joints but by flexible fibrous tissues called sutures and fontanelles. The largest of the fontanelles, the anterior or frontal fontanelle, the soft spot that parents are told to handle carefully on a newborn's head, typically does not close until a child is between 18 months and 2 years old. The posterior fontanelle closes earlier, usually within the first few months of life. This extended period of cranial plasticity allows the brain to grow rapidly during early childhood. The human brain roughly triples in volume in the first 2 years, and it also means that sustained external pressure applied during this window will redirect the growth of the skull bones, gradually producing a permanently altered head shape. The binding techniques varied by culture and region. In the Andean world, 2 main approaches have been documented. The first uses boards, typically 2 flat pieces of wood placed against the front and back of an infant's skull and lashed together with cord or cloth, which flattened the forehead and pushed the cranium backward and upward, producing the characteristic elongated form. The second uses a bandage technique, wrapping the infant's head in layers of cloth wound in specific pattern that applied pressure in specific directions, producing different shapes depending on the wrapping method. Some cultures used a combination of both. The Paracas appear to have primarily used a technique that produced posterior occipital elongation. The back of the skull was pushed out and upward, rather than the tabular form produced by front and back boards, which tends to flatten the skull and produce a different profile. The binding would have been applied in the first weeks or months of life, adjusted periodically as the child grew, and gradually relaxed as the skull bones hardened into their new shape over the first several years of childhood. By the time the suture fused, typically between the ages of 2 and 7, with different sutures fusing at different rates, the shape was permanent. Adults who had been bound in infancy carried their elongated skulls for life, and those skulls were buried with them, surviving thousands of years to be excavated and studied. Who underwent this practice among the Paracas? The evidence from the necropolis burials suggests it was extremely widespread. The majority of adult skulls found at the site showed some degree of modification, not just a small elite. This distinguishes the Paracas tradition from some other cultures where head binding appears to have been restricted to the highest social strata. The near universality of the practice among the Paracas implies that it was a marker of cultural identity, a way of visually distinguishing Paracas people from neighboring groups, as much as or more than a marker of individual status. In other cultural contexts, cranial modification has carried varied social meanings. Among the pre-contact cultures of the Pacific Northwest coast of North America, flattened foreheads were associated with elite status among some groups and were specifically denied to enslaved individuals, making head shape a literal mark of freedom or bondage. In the Marquesa Islands of the Pacific, skull modification was associated with sacred power in the favor of supernatural beings. Among some pre-Columbian Mesoamerican cultures, the elongated skull shape was associated with the maize god. Maize ears are long and tapered, and an elongated head shape was understood to mirror and invoke the sacred plant that sustained human life. In ancient Egypt, the extreme cranial elongation depicted in representations of the royal family during the reign of Akhenaten, most famously in portraits of Akhenaten himself and the images sometimes described as elongated skulls associated with his family, appears to have been a stylistic artistic convention rather than a literal depiction of modified skulls, though this is still debated. Among the Paracas, the spiritual logic of elongation is not directly documented. They left no written record, but it can be partially reconstructed through the iconography of their textiles and ceramics. Many of the supernatural beings depicted in Paracas textile art have elongated heads, and these figures appear to be associated with the sky, with flight, and with transformation between human and supernatural realms. The elongated head may have been understood as bringing its bearers closer to these divine forms, making the body more like the bodies of the gods, more capable of accessing or communicating with the supernatural world. What the science actually found. Tello's initial description of the Paracas skulls, published through the 1920s and 1930s, were straightforwardly scientific. He identified them as examples of intentional cranial deformations, documented their physical characteristic, and placed them within the broader Andean archaeological context. Subsequent generations of physical anthropologists working with the Paracas collection in Peruvian and international museums refined and deepened this understanding. Physical anthropology, the study of human skeletal remains, has a sophisticated toolkit for analyzing skulls. Researchers measure dozens of standard dimensions: cranial length, breadth, height, Bassian-Brigma height, bizygomatic width, and many others. These measurements, taken systematically from large numbers of specimens, allow researchers to characterize the shape and size of skull population with statistical precision, to compare populations to one another, and to identify whether observed differences fall within the range of normal human variation or outside it. When researchers apply these methods to the Paracas skull, several things become clear. First, the shape of Paracas skull is exactly what physical anthropologists would predict from known effects of posterior occipital binding. The cranial index, the ratio of skull width to the skull length, is lower in the elongated Paracas skulls than in unmodified skulls, consistent with skulls having been elongated in the anterior-posterior dimension. The occipital region shows characteristic bulging produced by binding that pushes the posterior cranium outward. The frontal region shows the characteristic backward displacement of the frontal bone. None of these features are consistent with pathological conditions, with genetic anomalies, or with any biological process other than external binding during infancy. Second, the cranial suture patterns in the Paracas skulls are entirely within the normal range of human variation. This is directly relevant to one of the claims made by alternative history advocates that Paracas skulls have only 2 cranial plates instead of the usual 3, which would be anatomically impossible in any normal human being and would therefore suggest a non-human origin. Physical anthropologists who have examined the relevant skulls in detail have found that this claim is based on a misidentification. What appear to be unusual suture patterns are in fact the result of early fusion of certain sutures, a normal biological process called craniosynostosis when it occurs pathologically, but here occur within normal variation, combined with the visual effect of the elongation itself, which stretches and distorts the apparent position of sutures when viewed at unfamiliar angles. There is no documented Paracas skull with a fundamentally anomalous suture pattern when examined by a qualified anatomist under proper conditions. Third, the cranial volume of the Paracas skulls, while large in some cases, fall within the documented range of human cranial capacity. The human brain varies considerably in size across population, with normal adult cranial volume ranging from roughly 1,000 to 1,700 cubic centimeters, and with individual outliers outside this range. Some Paracas skulls have large cranial volume by population averages, but none exceed the range documented in normal human populations. The claim that Paracas skulls are 25 or 60% larger than normal human skulls, a specific figure that circulates widely in alternative history media, is not supported by any published measurement study and appears to originate in informal estimates rather than systematic analysis. Chapter 10: Modern Science and the Lines. The last 30 years have brought an extraordinary expansion in our understanding of the Nazca Lines, driven by the application of technologies that Maria Reich and Paul Kosek could not have imagined. New discoveries are still being made, some of them in the last few years. Dating the line is fundamental to understanding who made them and why. It is harder than it might appear. Dating archaeological features in arid desert environment is notoriously difficult. Organic material that can be radiocarbon dated are sometimes found in association with the lines, but their relationship to the construction event is not always clear. Pottery shards found or near the lines can be dated by styles to specific Nazca cultural phases, but shards could have accumulated over long periods of use and reuse. Several approaches have been brought to bear on this problem. Optically stimulated luminescence, OSL, dating measures the time elapsed since quartz grains in the soil were last exposed to sunlight. When the surface stones were moved to make the lines, the soil beneath was exposed to light, and the OSL clock was effectively reset. OSL dating of material from the Nazca geoglyphs has been conducted by several research teams and generally supports a construction period spanning from roughly 200 BCE to 700 CE, with different features dating to different phases within that range. The implication of this dating range is significant. The lines were not all made at once. They accumulated over a period of 9 centuries, with different generations adding new features to an already marked landscape. The pampa was a continuously evolving sacred text, new chapters added by each generation, building on what their predecessors had written in stone. The Palpa region immediately north of the Nazca Pampa has emerged in recent decades as an equally important center of geoglyph research. The Palpa geoglyphs, which include figures on the hillside as well as the flat pampa, were studied extensively by a German-Peruvian research team beginning in the late 1990s, using a combination of aerial photography, ground survey, and new dating methods. The Palpa research revealed that many of the hillside figures in that area are stylistically consistent with the Paracas tradition rather than the Nazca tradition, suggesting that the geoglyph tradition began earlier than the classic Nazca period, and that the Paracas were making landscape art in regions centuries before the cultural fluorescence we associate with the Nazca Lines. This Paracas origin of the geoglyph tradition is one of the most important recent findings in the field. It means the lines were not a sudden innovation by a single culture, but the product of a long and evolving tradition of landscape marking that began at least as early as 400 BCE and continued through the Nazca period and even beyond. The tradition changed over time. Early Paracas figures tend to be smaller and more schematic, while later Nazca figures are larger, more elaborate, and more precisely executed. But there is clear cultural continuity, consistent with the broader relationship between Paracas and Nazca cultures that we discussed in Chapter 2. Aerial and satellite photography, already foundational to the study of the lines since the 1940s, has become vastly more powerful with the advent of high-resolution satellite imagery. The Japanese satellite ALOS, Advanced Land Observing Satellite, was used in a survey in the 2010s that revealed dozens of previously unknown geoglyphs across the region, some of them in areas that had not been systematically surveyed before. The new figures included animals, human figures, and geometric forms, and their discoveries significantly expanded the known extent of the geoglyph tradition in southern Peru. These satellite discoveries set the stage for something more transformative. Beginning around 2016, researchers from Yamagata University in Japan, led by Professor Masato Sakai, began developing an artificial intelligence system specifically designed to identify previously unrecognized geoglyphs in high-resolution satellite and aerial imagery. The project grew out of a collaboration between the Yamagata team and IBM Research Japan, whose engineers contributed expertise in deep learning architecture, specifically convolutional neural networks, the class of AI system most effective at recognizing spatial patterns in image data. The methodology the team developed was carefully designed to address the specific problem. Human analysts looking at satellite images of Nazca Pampa could identify obvious geoglyphs easily, but the sheer volume of imagery, hundreds of square kilometers of desert surface, made comprehensible manual survey impractical, and the more subtle, eroded, or partially buried figures were easy to miss even by trained eyes. The AI system was trained on a dataset of confirmed geoglyphs, learning to recognize the characteristic visual signature of clear desert surface, the pale interior, the slightly raised dark stone border ridges, the specific contrast ratio, and the edge characteristics that distinguish a human-made clearing from a natural feature. Once trained, it could scan satellite imagery far faster than any human analyst and flag candidate features for expert review. This two-phase workflow, AI identification followed by human confirmation, was central to the project's design and to its credibility. The system was not autonomous. It did not declare discoveries on its own authority. It produced a ranked list of candidate locations, each with a confidence score, which human researchers then evaluated on screen and, for the strongest candidates, confirmed through ground survey. This combination of machine speed and human judgment proved extraordinarily productive. The first major published results came in 2019, when the team announced the discovery of over 100 new geoglyphs in the Nazca and Pampa regions. By 2022, following continued refinement of the AI model and expanded survey coverage, the total of newly discovered figures had reached 168, nearly doubling the previously known count of representational geoglyphs in a single research program. The findings were published in the Journal of Archaeological Science, reports, and generated significant attention both within archaeology and in the broader scientific community, where the project was recognized as a landmark demonstration of AI-assisted archaeological remote sensing. What the new figures actually look like is as significant as how many there are. The newly discovered geoglyphs are markedly different in character from the famous classic period biomorphs on the flat pampa. They tend to be smaller, many are between 5 and 20 meters in size, compared to the 100-meter plus figures like the condor or the monkey, and they are predominantly located on hillsides and slopes rather than the flat plateau surface. Their imagery is different too. Rather than the large isolated animal figures of the classic period, the newly discovered figures include many depictions of human and humanoid in dynamic poses, figures that appear to be running, fighting, or performing rituals, along with decapitated heads, animals rendered in more schematic style, and geometric forms. The stylistic differences between the newly discovered figures and the classic pampa biomorphs are chronologically significant. The hillside figures are more heavily eroded and in some cases partially buried, consistent with greater age. Their artistic style is closer to the Paracas tradition than to the classic Nazca style, with the schematic, outline-based rendering characteristic of early coastal Peruvian iconography rather than the fluid, naturalistic draftsmanship of the large pampa biomorphs. This stylistic evidence, combined with their location on hillsides, which would have made them visible from the valleys below, unlike the flat pampa figures that require aerial perspective, suggests they served a different function, possibly as territorial markers or publicly visible ritual declarations rather than landscape-scale sacred space. One category of newly discovered figure deserves particular attention: the small humanoid figures depicted in apparent combat or ritual violence, some of them shown holding severed heads. These figures connect directly to the trophy head cult documented at Kawachi in Nazca ceramics, and their presence as geoglyphs suggests that the practice associated with the trophy head cult were encoded in the landscape even earlier and more widely than the ceramics alone implied. They pushed the representation of trophy head imagery into the landscape art tradition itself, not just portable objects. The broader implication of the AI-assisted discoveries extend well beyond Nazca. The Yamagata IBM methodology has since been adapted and applied to archaeological remote sensing projects at sites across the world. In Arabian Peninsula, where thousands of previously unknown stone structures have been identified in satellite imagery. In Central America, where LiDAR and AI are revealing extent of Maya settlements far beyond known sites. And in the Sahara and Gobi Desert, where similar cleared stone marking tradition appear to exist at much smaller scales. The Nazca project demonstrated that the combination of high-resolution satellite imagery and convolutional neural network analysis could systematically identify features invisible to conventional survey, and it has opened a new chapter in the archaeology of landscape, one in which the question is no longer whether undiscovered sites exist, but how quickly the tools to find them can be refined and deployed. For the Nazca Lines specifically, the AI discovery has one further implication that is worth sitting with. The lines we knew, the hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, the condor, are the spectacular surviving products of a tradition that was older, broader, and more varied than they alone suggest. Hillside figures found by the Yamagata team represent the earlier chapters of that tradition, when the geoglyph impulse was expressed at smaller scale, in more visible locations, in more schematic visual language. As the tradition evolved, as the culture became more complex, as Kawachi emerged as a pilgrimage center, as the cosmological system grew more elaborate, the geoglyphs moved onto the flat pampa, grew to landscape scale, and took on the extraordinary naturalistic precision that make them astonishing even 2,000 years later. The AI did not diminish the famous figures by surrounding them in less spectacular companion. It gave them a history. Ground-penetrating radar, GPR, has been applied to sites across the Nazca region, revealing buried structures, pathways, and deposits beneath the desert surface. At Kawachi, GPR surveys have revealed the extent and complexity of the subsurface architecture, adobe walls, buried courtyards, and underground chambers that are not visible on the surface. These surveys have informed excavation strategies and helped researchers understand the overall layout of the pilgrimage center. LiDAR, light detecting and ranging, a technology that uses laser pulses from aircraft to generate precise three-dimensional maps of the landscape, has been applied to Nazca region with spectacular results. LiDAR can penetrate vegetation cover to reveal subsurface features. And while the Nazca Desert has little vegetation to penetrate, the technology has been useful for mapping the subtle topography of the pampa and identifying features, low stone borders, faint clearings, slight depressions that are invisible in standard aerial photograph. LiDAR surveys have confirmed the orientations of many lines and reveal new details about the ray centers and their associated network of pathways. Ceramics and textile analysis have benefited from advances in material science. X-ray fluorescence, XRF analysis of Nazca ceramics has allowed researchers to identify the mineral sources of the pigments used in Nazca pottery, tracing them to specific geological formations in the region. This has provided new information about the range and nature of Nazca trade networks. Residue analysis, extracting and identifying organic residue from the interior of ceramic vessels, has revealed what the vessels contained. In some cases, chicha, maize beer, a ritual beverage across the Andean world. In others, plant materials associated with ritual use, including coca leaves and seeds of plants from the genus Anadenanthera that contains hallucinogenic compounds. The identification of hallucinogenic plants residue in Nazca ritual context is significant. Altered states of consciousness induced by plant compounds, by fasting, by rhythmic movements, or by other means are a recurring element of shamanic and ritual tradition across Americas and around the world. If Nazca ritual practitioners entered altered states during ceremonies on the pampa, it adds another dimension to the question of how the lines were experienced. Walking a line or tracing the outline of an animal while in an altered state, with the visual and perceptual distortion that such states can produce, would be a very different experience from doing so in an ordinary state of consciousness. Isotopic analysis of human skeletal remains from Nazca burial sites has provided new information about diet, migration, and health. Strontium isotope analysis, which works because the strontium in bones reflects the geology of the food and water consumed during a person's life, which varies by region, has been used to identify individuals buried at Kawachi and other sites who grew up in different parts of the region. confirming that Karachi functioned as a center that drew people from across a wide geographic area. This is consistent with the pilgrimage hypothesis. Finally, paleoclimatology, the reconstruction of past climate conditions from proxy records like tree rings, ice cores, and lake sediments, has provided crucial context for understanding the rise and fall of the Nazca culture. Studies of ice core records from glaciers in the Andes, combined with sediment cores from lakes in the region, have documented a period of prolonged drought and climate instability in the period roughly 550 to 600 CE. That corresponds to the decline of the Nazca culture and the abandonment of Karachi. This climate event, which appears to have been widespread across the Andes, may have been the trigger for the collapse of the agricultural system that supported Nazca's civilization. The drought hypothesis is reinforced by the evidence of environmental degradation. Pollen analysis from sediment cores in the Nazca River valleys show a dramatic decline in forest pollen during the Nazca period, replaced by agricultural weeds and desert species. The huarango tree is a keystone species in the desert river valley ecosystem, a large deep-rooted tree whose roots reach the water table and whose canopy creates microhabitat for other plants and animals. Deforestation of the huarango, apparently for agricultural land and firewood, would have destabilized the riverbanks, increased erosion, and made the valleys increasingly vulnerable to the kind of catastrophic flooding that El Niño events bring. The picture that emerges is of a culture that, at its peak, had found a remarkable equilibrium between its environment and its needs. The Pukiu aqueduct bringing water from the subsurface, the river valleys carefully cultivated, the pilgrimage center of the Karachi organizing social life, the lines on the pampa maintaining ritual relationship between humans, water, and the sacred landscape. And then, slowly, that equilibrium began to break down under the pressure of population growth, deforestation, climate change, and eventually catastrophic flooding, and the culture could not recover. The last Nazca communities were absorbed into successor cultures in the region, and the lines in the pampa were left behind, maintained by no one, gradually accumulating a thin layer of windblown dust until the first commercial airplane flew overhead and their passengers looked down and asked, "What are those?" Chapter 11. The Lines Today. The Nazca Lines were declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1994, a recognition of their extraordinary cultural significance and their vulnerability. The declaration brought international attention and some degree of international protection, but it did not solve the many challenges facing the site. The most persistent threat is not tourism and aircraft, the overflights that have carried millions of visitors above the pampa since the 1960s, but rather the slow encroachment of human activity on the ground. The Pan American Highway, which runs the length of South America from Colombia to Chile, passes directly through the pampa and bisects one of the figures, the lizard, that it encounters when it was built in the 1930s before the line's significance was recognized. The road cannot be moved, and it serves as a reminder that infrastructure and archaeology are not always compatible. Agricultural expansion in the river valley adjacent to the pampa has periodically threatened the outer edges of the geoglyph complex. Population growth in the city of Nazca, which sits at the southern edge of the pampa, brings with it the associated pressures of urban expansion, road construction, and land use change. The Pukiu aqueducts, which are still in use in some valleys, require maintenance, and the communities that maintain them do not always have the resources to do so. Illegal incursions onto the pampa have caused localized but irreversible damage, In 2014, a particularly serious incident occurred when a group of activists from Greenpeace entered the restricted zone of the pampa near the hummingbird geoglyph and laid out large yellow cloth letters spelling "Time for Change, the future is renewable" as a publicity stunt during the COP20 climate summit. The activists walked across an area adjacent to the hummingbird figure and left foot impressions in the fragile desert surface that are still visible. The Peruvian government persecuted the Greenpeace activists, and the organization apologized, but the damage could not be repaired. The climate of the pampa is so stable that the footprints will likely persist for centuries. The incident was a painful illustration of fundamental tension in conservation. The forces most committed to protecting the future are not always the most careful custodians of the past. Climate change adds a further layer of complexity. The extraordinary dryness of the Pampa Colorada is what preserved the lines for 2,000 years. If the climate change brings more El Niño events, more frequent, more intense episodes of heavy rainfall to the region, the lines could face an existential threat. The floods that devastated the Nazca valleys in the past are not an abstract historical episode. They are a preview of what could happen again on a landscape that is now home to an irreplaceable cultural heritage. Conclusion. The Pampa Colorada is quiet now, in the way that ancient places tend to be quiet. Not silent, but inhabited by a kind of resonant stillness that feels older than sound. The surface stones, deep reddish brown, still hold the heat of the day long into the evening. The pale, clear paths of the line still curve across the plateau, still form the shapes of the spider and the hummingbird and the monkey with its impossibly precise spiral tail. The mountains are still there to the east, still sending their snow melt down through the river valleys in quantities that are not what they were 2,000 years ago, but that are still enough to support the farmers who live there now. One of the most quietly remarkable things about the Nazca Lines is how small the gesture is, at the level of the individual human being that created something so large. A person kneeling on the desert floor, moving a dark stone 2 feet to the side, revealing a few square centimeters of pale earth. That is the unit of work out of which this entire complex was built, stone by stone, day by day, season by season, generation by generation. There was no single visionary genius who designed it all. There was no single moment of revelation when the plan was made whole. There were thousands of ordinary people over hundreds of years, each contributing their portion of labor, in devotion to a project that was always larger than any of them could fully see. This is perhaps the most human thing about the Nazca Lines, the way they embody not individual brilliance, but collective patience. Not the flash of inspiration, but the steady accumulation of care. Any one geoglyph taken alone is impressive, but the full complex, 450 square kilometers of marked desert, 10,000 lines, hundreds of figures spanning 9 centuries of continuous effort, is something else entirely. It is a civilization's conversation with its landscape, carried on across time, speaking to gods and mountains and rivers that the people believed were listening. We cannot know across 2,000 years of silence whether those prayers were answered. We can see the lines, that much was granted. And perhaps that is enough to understand something important, that the Nazca people believed their world was alive, that it responded to attention and intention, that the act of marking it with care was itself a form of relationship, in a time when we urgently reconsidering our own relationship to the living systems of the earth, when the language of ecology is beginning to converge with the oldest language of indigenous land stewardship. There is something genuinely instructive about a culture that spent 500 years drawing on the ground to talk to the mountains. They knew something about attention, about what it means to tend a landscape not as a resource to be extracted, but as a partner to be cultivated, about the difference between moving through a place and being in relationship with it. The Nazca people are gone, in the sense that their culture no longer exists as a living institution, but they are present in the way that all makers are present in their making. Their hands are in the lines, their vision is in the figures, their prayer are etched into one of the driest surfaces on earth and will be visible for centuries more.